Chapter 70. Outside of the Lansing Province Prefecture's city gate, there were lanterns and decorations, and a red carpet was spread out over 100 feet. On both sides of the city gate, there were hundreds of people dressed in luxurious clothes lined up neatly. In the middle stood 5 elders with powerful auras. In the Lansing province, as long as one had some status and knowledge, they would definitely recognize these 5 old men. The person in the middle was the Lansing province's provincial governor, and the 4 old men beside him were equally famous. They were the leaders of the 4 great martial forces in the Lansing province. Even the people standing on both sides had prominent positions in the Lansing province prefecture. This was obviously a formation to welcome an important guest, and they had maintained it for nearly 8 hours. Those with weaker cultivation had their legs stiffened, and the forced smiles on their faces were numb. However, the important guest that they were supposed to welcome had yet to arrive. Ta, ta, ta. The sound of horse hooves, neither too fast nor too slow, drifted from afar along with the rising red sun. At this moment, the 5 old men in the middle looked at each other one after another. It should be Brother Huangqi, right? It should be. Brother Huangqi has such a hobby. I heard that no matter where he goes, he would always drive a horse carriage. It's later than we expected by more than 4 hours. Don't tell me that Yunzhou's Li Ran can't even bear to part with a few good horses. This dog shit is so lucky, but he still can't bear to part with it. He's really too stingy. Brother Zhuge, don't tell me that your reward hasn't arrived yet. You made us wait for so long. The elder who was addressed as Brother Zhuge was the prefecture master, Zhuge Chengfeng, who was standing in the middle. He smiled and shook his head at the elder who was speaking. His gaze slowly swept across the people on both sides, and finally landed on the 13 young boys and girls who looked to be around 16 to 17 years old. He said softly, "Cheer up, especially the 13 of you." Yes. These 13 young boys and girls were the 4 major forces in the Lansing province prefecture. They had gone through many rounds of selection before they were qualified to stand here. Every single one of them had a powerful aura, especially the young man standing in the middle. He wasn't tall, but he was tall and straight like a pine tree. His entire body exuded an elegant aura. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth. His eyes shone brightly. Regardless of his cultivation, just his appearance and aura alone made the top geniuses of the Lansing province feel ashamed of their inferiority. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of horse hooves approached from afar. A luxurious carriage bathed in the morning sun appeared before everyone's eyes. When the 5 elders leading the group saw the coachman, Zhuge Chengfeng immediately cupped his fists and said loudly, "Brother Huangqi, we've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. Sorry. I was delayed by a pile of shit on the way." Ha ha. Huangqi seemed to be used to such a grand welcome. He directly said something that made everyone almost spit out. "These are the disciples selected this year." Huangqi pulled the reins and jumped down from the carriage. His eyes carried a trace of scrutiny as he looked at the 13 boys and girls and said, "That's right. The lowest cultivation of these 13 people is rank 1 martial monarch, and the highest is rank 9 martial monarch. They're all 17 years old." Zhuge Chengfeng hurriedly said, "You've met the requirements, but it seems to be a bit too much. Including the 3 little fellows in the carriage, your Lansing province has 16 people. It's really a bit too much. A total of 13 is still passable," Huangqi said as he stroked his beard. At the same time, a trace of spirit power slowly spread out and examined the 13 boys and girls. "This, Brother Huangqi, the 3 of them shouldn't be counted as our Lansing province's quota, right?" An elder's face immediately became a bit awkward, but he still firmly said, "The reason was very simple. As long as Huang Qi said 3 people would be eliminated, then 2 of the 3 eliminated people would definitely be his disciples. How can it not be counted? Isn't Yunzhou County part of your Lansang province? Brother Huang Qi. Just at that time, another elder looked at one of the youths and couldn't help but open his mouth to argue. They belonged to the Lansang province, but they were personally selected by President Fang. I'm not saying that President Fang's personal selection isn't good, but I'm afraid that they really aren't as outstanding as any of the 13 of us. I can guarantee that. All right, let's not talk about this first. Brother Huang Qi, you've traveled a long way. Let's first welcome Brother Huang Qi and have a good drink. Brother Huang Qi, I've prepared your favorite jade nectar wine for you. Zhuge Chengfeng saw that Huang Qi's expression changed slightly, so he hurriedly changed the topic and enthusiastically pulled Huang Qi aside. Oh, jade nectar wine. I like it. Ha ha. However, I'll say this first. If I say it's a lot, then it's a lot. 16 people. Although I, Huang Qi, have a lot of authority, I can't hand over the task. There are only 300 people in total, and your Lansang province takes 16. What about the other provinces? Unless the other provinces meet the basic requirements, only 3 people can be eliminated. Therefore, I can only temporarily accept all of them. When the final results are out, if they're eliminated, then don't blame me. Otherwise, there's no point in drinking this wine. Huang Qi said straightforwardly. How could Huang Qi not know that the reason why he was sent to the Lansang province was because this matter was troublesome? Other than him, he really couldn't handle anyone else. Brother Huang Qi is indeed a straightforward person. It's enough that you can do this. We can only pray that the other provinces are not as full of talents as our Lansang province. Ha ha. Brother Huang Qi, please. Zhuge Chengfeng gave a meaningful glance to the 2 old men and enthusiastically pulled Huang Qi aside. At least first rank martial emperor. While Huang Qi was arguing with the big shot of Lansang province, Chen Hao and the other 2 who were hiding in the carriage, especially Mo Yue and Helian Wu Zi, looked at Chen Hao with a bit of surprise. Although they had only been in contact for a day, even Mo Yue and Helian Wu Zi didn't realize that they had already regarded Chen Hao as the core of their hearts. Chen Hao's heart was also tangled. Fortunately, Huang Qi didn't let them get off the carriage. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have been instantly killed by everyone's eyes. Wasn't this mother of asterisk Kerr clearly offending someone unknowingly? If Fang Yuan personally appointed them, then they shouldn't occupy Lansang province's quota. Fang Yuan also went through layers of selection and finally promoted to this level. In the end, the 3 of them became Cheng Yao Jin, who came out of nowhere. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. You 3 little guys, what are you still doing inside? Come out and let them see if you're worthy of Chairman Fang's personal appointment. Just as Chen Hao frowned, Huang Qi suddenly spoke. Mo Yue and Helian Wu Zi immediately looked at Chen Hao again. Raise your spirits. Don't let them look down on you. Be more arrogant. Anyway, they can't do anything to us. Chen Hao lowered his voice and stared at Mo Yue and Helian Wu Zi. Speaking of his aura, it was like performing a magic trick. Instantly, he emitted a sense of arrogance from his bones. His body shook, and he pushed open the side door of the carriage, taking the lead to jump down. When Mo Yue saw Chen Hao like this, he immediately took a deep breath. Holding his lover tightly, he also jumped down. However, the corners of Helian Wu Zi's mouth curled up slightly. The aura of her entire person instantly turned into the coldest winter. Yunzhou Chen Hao pays his respects to seniors. Chen Hao clasped his fist and bowed towards the 5 old men who were staring at him with bright eyes. Neither servile nor overbearing, his aura was heavy and his expression was calm. His arrogance was in his bones. It wasn't outstanding. On the contrary, it made the 5 old men slightly startled. Everyone's gaze towards Chun Hao also changed slightly. Moue pays his respects to seniors. As if he was affected by Chun Hao, Moue, who jumped down, recovered his cold appearance. Both his hands held his lover, and he bowed towards everyone. Even when he bent down, his upper body was as straight as the big sword in his hand. Helian Wuzi pays her respects to seniors. The last one to jump out, Helian Wuzi, instantly made everyone's eyes light up. Even the eyes of the young men, who were yearning for love, lit up, especially when her ethereal voice rang out like the tinkling of spring water. Although it was cold, it also cleansed everyone's heart. Even the eyes of the handsome young man in the middle of the 13 couldn't help but shine with a trace of light. Hee. Seeing everyone's expression, a complacent smile appeared on Huang Qi's old face. He said, Chun Hao, not even 13 years old, and a cultivation of a 5th grade martial master. Very low, but he has the strength of a 9th grade martial master. Let me ask, when you were a 5th grade martial master, who could do that? Or, when you were 13 years old, which one of you stepped into the 5th grade martial master? This doesn't count as much, but he has a rare physique that cultivates both martial arts and intent. Of course, he has even more good points, so I won't say more. Huang Qi's gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked at the old man, who said that Chun Hao and the other 2 couldn't compare to any of the 13 of them. He continued, Mouy's aptitude is a bit lacking, but with your eyes you should be able to see that his body already contains sword intent, right? Regardless of whether or not he can awaken as a swordsman, what do you think is the value of nurturing him? If he was your disciple, I believe that you would treat him like a treasure, right? As for Helian Wuzi, do you still need me to say it? Huang Qi glanced at Helian Wuzi, who was emitting an icy aura, and lightly smiled. Zhuge Chengfeng, as the lord of Lansong province, felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. He had already opened his mouth twice, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He had heard that Fang Yuan had personally selected 3 disciples from Cloud State who had obtained the qualifications. Although Cloud State belonged to Lansong, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy about this matter. Not only did he have to take out a huge reward for Cloud State, he also had to squeeze out the spots chosen by the 4 forces of Lansong. Although he didn't express it, he was dissatisfied with Li Ran in his heart. More or less, he felt that Li Ran was using his status to do some dirty tricks. P.S. Thanks to yesterday's Chengfan Palang, missile launching point, passionate love carrot, and Moue for their support. Note, Legends of Ao Tian Tian has been going on for a month, and only Yu is working on the subversion. Yu is a bit busy. Thus, Yu discussed with Dark Mountain and wants to recruit a subversion. The condition is that the person must be a hardcore supporter of Dark Mountain, willing to invest time and energy for our Ao Tian Tian, have basic experience in managing the book review section, and have ample time. Interested friends can reply to Yu's book review application or enter the VIP group to message Xia Yu. Thank you. Chapter 71. Everyone, if I were you, not only would I admit that the 3 of them are from Lansong province, I would also let them occupy the quota. That's not enough. I would also support them greatly. There's a good saying, good karma must be formed early. Providing help in times of need is far better than adding flowers to brocade. Look at your disciples. What's wrong with their eyes? Like this. I'm afraid they won't even give me the chance to add flowers to brocade. Ha! Huang Qi said, arrogantly. It had to be said that this old man was really too bold and direct. Even Chun Hao, who was born with pride, felt a little embarrassed. Brother Huang Qi is right. Looks like I haven't done enough as the prefecture lord. I really didn't expect that this little Yunzhou would have so many hidden talents. In the future, Yunzhou will be one of the bases for our Lansang province's annual selection. Chenhao, Moue, Helian Wuzi. Very good, very good. I will reward the three of you greatly. And Zhuge Chengfeng's gaze turned towards the 13 young men and women and said, "The 13 of you, if you can all enter the Royal New Show Hall, that's naturally the best. If the three of you are eliminated, you can't have any complaints. As long as you work hard, there's still a chance next year. Qing Yun, you must treat the three of them as brothers and sisters, the same as them. You're all my Lansang people. You understand?" "Yes, Prefecture Lord." The young man with an elegant aura in the middle instantly replied in a deep voice. Obviously, he was the dragon head among the 13, and the dragon head that everyone worshipped. Or else, Zhuge Chengfeng would definitely not single out his name and say this. And to be able to become the dragon head that everyone worshipped among the 13 competitors of the 4 top forces, one could imagine how powerful and capable he was to be able to reach such a position. Ha ha! Straightforward. Brother Zhuge, this old man admires you a little. Huang Qi put his arm around Zhuge Chengfeng's shoulder and laughed. Looks like next year, this old man will have to come here to drink again. Ha! Even Huang Qi didn't expect Zhuge Chengfeng to be so decisive. Of course, Huang Qi was also clear that Zhuge Chengfeng's decisive action was not entirely due to Chen Hao and the other two's talents. He had more or less taken into consideration that Zhuge Chengfeng was protecting the three of them. Since Zhuge Chengfeng was so straightforward, Huang Qi could not be ungrateful. That was why he said that he would come here next year. With Huang Qi's identity and status, taking care of 1 or 2 people at a time was nothing. How much was this worth? A grand, welcoming banquet began at dawn. It was the first time in his life that Chen Hao, who stood alone in the crowd, had drunk wine. In the past, the only hobby of the other him was to drink alone, the strongest kind of alcohol. He had stood at the peak of the world in countless domains, enough to look down on the world with disdain. However, he didn't have anyone he truly trusted. No one knew how lonely he was on the inside despite his cold and arrogant appearance. Wine and beautiful women were his only 2 ways of venting, especially wine. Because of beautiful women, his requirements were too harsh. He didn't care about those who sold their bodies. He didn't want those who approached him without knowing their intentions. He stayed away from those who wanted to bind him with their virginity. The only women he accepted were those who had a clear purpose and were willing to exchange for him, and he had to be interested in them. Because of these kinds of women, he didn't have any psychological pressure or burden and didn't need to take any responsibility. They didn't owe each other anything. This was how he used to be, a stubborn, antisocial, and closed-off person. The cool and gentle jade, nectar, wine, turned into a burning flame after entering his mouth. It slowly spread to his heart, and all the cells in his body seemed to come alive under this heat. This sort of familiar and wonderful feeling caused Chen Hao's mind to be dazed. His deep and black eyes stared fixedly at the wine cup in his hand, yet his mind had drifted to another world, causing his aura to become misty and distant, and it was as if he didn't fit in with his surroundings at all. "Little guy, why do you look more weathered than old man? You have something on your mind?" Huang Qi, who was sitting at the head of the VIP table, looked at Chen Hao with a strange expression after everyone drank their first cup of wine. He patted his shoulder and asked in a low voice. Helian Wuzi, who also took a sip of wine, her jade-like, sparkling, and clean little face was dyed with a blush. She looked as if the snow had melted and shone brightly. She also glanced sideways at Chen Hao, who was sitting beside her. Chen Hao came back to his senses and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He then said, "Uncle Huang, what can I have on my mind? It's just my first time drinking wine, and it feels pretty good." "Ha, interesting. Old man will drink with you later." Huang Qi smiled and said to Chen Hao. The drinking session lasted from early in the morning until the sun was high in the sky. Zhuge Chengfeng also fulfilled his promise and bestowed Chen Hao, Helian Wuzi, and Mo Yui with 10 level 6 spirit pills each, 100 level 5 spirit pills each, 1,000 fasting pills each, and 1,000 gold notes each. Such a generous reward made Chen Hao and the other two surprised. At the same time, it also made them clearly realize the enormous gap between Yunzhou County and Lancang Province. After drinking, Huang Qi didn't waste any time. He still drove the original carriage with Chen Hao and the other two. The 13 genius disciples of Lancang Province, on the other hand, added 4 more luxurious carriages and directly set off towards the capital. A few days later, Huang Qi received the exact information from the disciples of the various provinces in the Royal New Show Hall. Including the 16 people of Lancang Province, there were still a few people who met the basic requirements to reach the 300 mark. This made the 3 disciples who were in danger of being eliminated completely relax. After several days of continuous contact, Chen Hao and the other 2 gradually became familiar with the other 13 disciples. Although there was still a barrier between them, at least on the surface, they could be considered to be relatively close. And Helian Wuzi, who could be said to be exceptionally beautiful, undoubtedly became the focus of many youths. Although this girl's expression was always cold and unapproachable, in these 15 days, even the 9th grade Marshal King, Zhuge Qingyun, who always had his eyes on the top of his head and disdained women, showed a rare trace of attentiveness to her, even though Zhuge Qingyun only displayed a trace of interest and appeared to be as light as clouds and light as the wind, which also didn't make people feel disgusted. Those who were familiar with him all knew that Helian Wuzi, who could make Zhuge Qingyun take the initiative to come into contact with her, had clearly aroused his interest. Chen Hao, on the other hand, didn't care at all. This was more or less influenced by the other him towards women, especially beautiful women. He always maintained a certain level of vigilance. Although he had the heart of an adult, his current body wasn't even 13 years old. He still hadn't reached the age where his heart was rippling with love. As for Mo Yui, he had even less interest towards women. Even if Helian Wuzi, this stunning and eye-catching beauty, was in the same carriage as him at all times, he would never take a second look at her. In his eyes and in his heart, there was only that broken sword. It was fine when there were many people, but in the carriage, because he gradually became familiar with Chen Hao and Helian Wuzi, this fellow no longer had any scruples. Many times, he made Chen Hao and Helian Wuzi have the urge to vomit blood. That gentle gaze, that gentle caress, that infatuated expression. The lethality was simply too great. Great Thousand City, the place that symbolized the highest authority of the Jinyuan Kingdom, where countless true experts of the Jinyuan Kingdom gathered. In the boundless continent, empires and kingdoms were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Countries were born and declined at all times. For a small country like the Jinyuan Kingdom to be able to stand tall, other than having a certain relationship with its geographical location, it also needed to have powerful strength or a powerful backer behind it. The Royal New Show Hall was the cradle where the true experts of the Jinyuan Kingdom were born. It was also the only place that could give birth to experts who could be backed by the Jinyuan Kingdom. Only those strong people were above the imperial power. From this, one could imagine what kind of treatment they would receive once they entered the Royal New Show Hall. Since the founding of the Jinyuan Kingdom, there was a mysterious forbidden area in the endless mountain range outside the Great Thousand City, 500 kilometers to the east. Ordinary people couldn't enter it at all, and cultivators who had the strength to enter would be directly killed without exception. This mysterious forbidden area was where the Royal New Show Hall was located. After abandoning the carriage and running for several hours in the legendary forbidden area with their own cultivation, a gray fog appeared in front of everyone. This fog seemed to cover all the scenery in front of them. From afar, it looked like a dense fog, but after walking closer, everyone could clearly sense traces of mysterious aura flowing in the fog. Hiss, 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 when Huang Qi suddenly released a majestic spiritual force that wrapped around everyone and lifted them into the air, the thick smoke suddenly fluctuated violently. It was as if the resplendent sunlight had pierced through the clouds, and a large amount of light burst out. Then Chun Hao and the others felt as if their bodies were enveloped by water waves and disappeared in an instant. Then all of them widened their eyes in shock. Even Chun Hao, who had just experienced the illusion of pooping, was greatly shocked when he stared at the splendid palaces that seemed to be floating among the clouds above the mountains. The 16 disciples of Lansong have arrived. Huang Qi's voice, which was filled with mental energy, drifted out and surrounded the mountain range. This is the Royal New Show Hall. It is indeed formidable. Chun Hao felt the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings as he thought to himself excitedly. Zhuge Qingyun and the others were the same. Huang Qi, can't you change your hobby as a coachman? You are really in a hurry. Quickly bring them over. We are just waiting for you. Right at this moment, an aged and dignified voice sounded. Obviously, Huang Qi's group was the last to arrive. Furthermore, they seemed to be on time. Hee, don't worry. I have calculated the time perfectly. Which time isn't it just right? Huang Qi replied. At the same time, he looked at everyone and said, "Follow me, quickly. Damn it, we are almost late again. Little fellow, it's all because of your shit. Cough, cough. Uncle Huang, can you stop thinking about this matter?" Excessive chapters are too difficult to write. 2 chapters of 6,000 words are finally done. Please recommend and collect. Thank you. Chapter 72. Ha ha ha. Huang Qi laughed out loud and led everyone to a majestic palace. The instant Chun Hao and the others entered the palace with Huang Qi, countless probing gazes landed on them. Discussions also rang out in the palace. Lansong province really has 16 people. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? I've said it before. 3 of them were personally chosen by the leader of Intent Guild, Fang Yuan, in a small town. The city lord of that small town is someone from Intent Guild. So you're saying they relied on relationships. Is there even a need to say it? Can't you sense that those 3's aura are only martial masters? TSK, so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be so many exceptional beauties in this batch of newcomers. Hee, it's good that they're able to come to our fierce Sun Hall. Brothers, don't fight with me. Cough, cough, Brother Dongfang. You've already said this 8 times. If you eat meat, you should at least leave some soup for us to drink, right? This little beauty is the Hellion Wuzi you spoke of? That's right. I have to say, although my trash cousin is completely useless, his taste in women is quite good. Ha ha. The young man who called himself Dongfang Jian had a trace of obscenity in his gaze as he stared at Hellion Wuzi, who was walking beside Chun Hao and spoke to the people sitting beside him in a low voice. This guy looked to be in his early 20s, but the aura around him was extremely terrifying. From his domineering words, one could guess that he was one of the strongest people in the New Show Hall's 3 halls, Fierce Wind Hall. This guy was from one of the 3 great families of Zhenyuan Kingdom, the Dongfang family. For years ago, he entered the Royal New Show Hall. He was only 21 years old this year, but he had the strength of a rank 5 martial emperor. Even in the Royal New Show Hall, he was ranked in the top 10. The reason why he knew about Helian Wuzi, Chen Hao, and the others was because of his cousin, Dongfang Zan. Although Dongfang Zan was trash compared to him, he and Dongfang Zan were birds of a feather. They were extremely interested in women, especially beauties. And Dongfang Zan, who was always fawning over him with beauties, talked to him about everything. What was different from the discussions of the old birds in the Royal New Show Hall was that most of the new disciples didn't care. They were all discussing how the martial masters from the Lansang province were qualified, and there were as many as 3 of them. These 16 people are the ones who have obtained the qualifications to enter the Lansang province. Among them, 3 were personally selected by President Fang Yuan. After Huang Qi brought Chen Hao and the others to the front of the stage, he faced the few big shots who were sitting on the rostrum, who were obviously the higher-ups of the Royal New Show Hall. He still looked casual and carefree as he pointed at Chen Hao and the others and introduced them. Hearing Huang Qi's introduction, the people who were still discussing immediately understood. Soon after, his sharp gaze fell on Chen Hao, Helian Wuzi, and Mo Yui, as if he wanted to see what was so special about the 3 of them. Take your seats. Since everyone is here, we can start. This year, we are recruiting a total of 294 disciples. I believe you all already know the general situation of our new show hall, so the old man will not repeat it. The 3 halls, Fierce Sun Hall, Cold Moon Hall, and Cold Star Hall. There isn't much difference between the 3 halls, and you can choose as you wish. There is one thing I need to remind everyone. The allocation of spirit medicines and benefits for each hall is completely equal. If there are too many people in a hall, the portion that can be allocated to each person will naturally decrease. Thus, over the years, there has been almost no difference in the number of people in the 3 halls. You all need to pay attention to this point. Disciples whose names are called, please immediately make your choice and line up in the corresponding camp. You may begin. Following the words of the old man in the middle, the hall master of the Royal New Show Hall, Zhao Xingchen, another old man on the rostrum, the vice hall master of the New Show Hall, immediately began to call out the names. Zhao family's 4 disciples. First, Zhao Yunfei, 16 years old, rank 1 martial emperor. Which hall do you choose? Hua. When the vice hall master called out the first name, the crowd burst into an uproar. Not to mention Chen Hao and the other new disciples. Even some of the older disciples were shocked. The Zhao family was the head of the Jinyuan kingdom's 3 great clans. They were also the ruler of the Jinyuan kingdom. The head of the Zhao family was the current king of the Jinyuan kingdom. Even the new show hall's hall master, Zhao Xingchen, was a member of the Zhao family. Amazing! Half a year ago, Zhao Yunfei was only a rank 8 martial monarch. Never would I have expected that he would become a rank 1 martial emperor now. He's only 16 years old. Among the crowd, some of the older disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Likely, only the 3 great clans, with their vast resources, could nurture such an astonishing genius. As the crowd exclaimed in admiration, a tall and robust youngster filled with masculine aura, who was sitting at the very front, stood up neither quickly nor slowly, clasped his fist, and said, "Fierce Sun Hall." Soon after, the other 3 rank 7, rank 4, and rank 3 martial monarchs from the Zhao family also chose the Fierce Sun Hall. After the Zhao family, it was the Dongfang family and the Bailey family. The number 1 geniuses from the 2 families were slightly inferior. The strongest among them were rank 9 martial monarchs. They chose the Cold Moon Hall and the Cold Star Hall respectively. After that, it was the disciples from the various provinces. The majority of the disciples that came from the same place chose the same hall. Only a very small number of people made different choices. Every time a beauty started to choose, some of the older disciples in the hall would shout and clamor for the beauty to choose the hall they were in. Dongfang Jian was, without a doubt, the one who clamored the most fiercely. Senior brother Qingyun, which hall should we choose? Not long after the start of the hall selection, Chun Hao and the other 16 disciples from the Lancang province asked Zhuge Qingyun. I don't mind. However, the Cold Star Hall was the majority in our Lancang province. Although there isn't much of a difference between the three halls, there are still some differences. The Fierce Sun Hall focuses on the masculine and masculine aspects, the Cold Moon Hall focuses on the feminine and feminine aspects, and the Cold Star Hall is more moderate. Zhuge Qingyun said indifferently. As he spoke, he looked at Helian Wuzi and said with a light smile, Junior Sister Xiaowu, which hall do you like? Helian Wuzi was slightly taken aback. However, she immediately shook her head and said in a low voice, I'm fine with anything. Amen. Since that's the case, we'll choose the Cold Star Hall. This way, we can take care of each other. With me here, I believe that no one will dare to bully you. Zhuge Qingyun said with a trace of a smile on his face and a trace of arrogance. The strength of a peak 9th grade martial monarch was not inferior to the peak geniuses of the three great clans. He could definitely be considered as one of the top few people in this generation and had the qualifications to be arrogant. The reason why he chose the Cold Star Hall was because he had the greatest confidence in obtaining the position of the head disciple in this generation's Cold Star Hall. The others were fine. However, Chun Hao had other plans. He, who was born with an unyielding character, was unwilling to make friends with people who thought highly of themselves. Towards Zhuge Qingyun, he didn't dislike him. It was just that he didn't want to make friends with him from the bottom of his heart. Chun Hao believed that although he was only a 5th grade martial master, no matter which hall he entered, it would be spectacular. It was only a matter of time. After all, Zhuge Qingyun came from the same place as him. If he could avoid him, he would avoid him. Lancang Province's 16 disciples. First place, Zhuge Qingyun, 17 years old, 9th grade martial monarch. Which hall do you choose? Zhuge Qingyun's strength of a 9th grade martial monarch inevitably caused an uproar. Under everyone's gazes, Zhuge Qingyun slowly stood up and announced the Cold Star Hall. Soon after, 13 people followed Zhuge Qingyun and chose the Cold Star Hall. At this time, the Vice Hall Master pointed out the 3 people that Fang Yuan personally picked. Although Chun Hao's cultivation was inferior to Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui, his importance was above the 2. Thus, the first person he pointed out was Chun Hao. When it was announced that Chun Hao was 13 years old and was a 5th grade martial master, it caused quite a commotion. Although the people present were all peak geniuses, none of them could advance to a 5th grade martial master at the age of 13. Fortunately, the Vice Hall Master only mentioned these 2 points and didn't mention his special physique and true battle strength. Otherwise, the commotion it would cause might even surpass Zhao Yunfei. I choose the Cold Moon Hall. Chun Hao said without any hesitation. Hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone was astonished, especially Zhuge Qingyun and the others. Of course, Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui were also slightly stunned. No one would have thought that Chun Hao would give them special treatment. As for Huang Qi, who swaggered to the rostrum, he stared at Chun Hao with wide eyes and grinned. This little guy, old man's words are in vain. The Vice Hall Master didn't give the crowd too much time to be astonished and directly pointed out Helian Wuzi. Lai Yang, choose Lai Yang. Senior brother will take care of you. Lung Yu, Cold Star, Cold Star, Cold Star welcomes you. The Vice Hall Master had just pointed out Helian Wuzi's name, and the old birds started to clamor crazily. Her degree of popularity was obviously very high. Zhuge Qingyun's gaze was fervent as he stared at Helian Wuzi with a trace of a confident smile. He believed that Helian Wuzi wouldn't give them special treatment because of Chun Hao. Although Chun Hao's talent was astonishing, he was still too weak now. How could he be compared to him? Helian Wuzi frowned slightly and slowly stood up. After hesitating for a moment, her cold and ethereal voice suddenly rang out. I choose Cold Moon Hall. Ah, Zhuge Qingyun's expression instantly changed. Qin Hao also looked at Helian Wuzi strangely and asked, Why are you choosing with me? It's none of your business. Helian Wuzi stared straight at Chun Hao and said angrily, after a slight pause. She seemed to feel that something was wrong and stared at Chun Hao. She said fiercely, I will make you pay back what you owe me one day. You want to run? It's not that easy. I choose Cold Moon Hall. At this moment, Mo Yui didn't even frown and said straightforwardly. Huang Qi, who was paying attention to the three of them, grinned and muttered to himself, These three little guys are still the most interesting. P.S. It's really too painful. Fortunately, it's finally over. A new environment, a new beginning. Please believe that Dark Mountain will do its best to write it well. I beg the students who haven't collected it yet to collect it. Thank you. Also, thank you for yesterday's 7 friends, Passionate Love Carrot, Scoundrel, Chuan Liang Wuzi, A Dream of Old Scenery, Mo Yui, Harmless Donkey, and Feng Bai for their support. Thank you. Chapter 73. The selection of the hall ended. Like in previous years, Fierce Sun Hall still had the most disciples, 107 people. Next was Cold Star Hall, 102 people. Cold Moon Hall had the least, 85 people. Although the 3 halls had no fundamental differences, due to the 3 hall masters themselves, they focused on different aspects. Cold Moon Hall focused on using softness to overcome strength. Being extremely lean and soft, it was not as popular as being extremely tough and fierce, especially when more than 80% of the disciples were males. Naturally, more people chose Fierce Sun Hall. Cold Star Hall, which was more average, was stronger than Cold Moon Hall. Chen Si, Xiao He, Chen Hao, Helian Wuzi, Mo Yui stepped forward. When Chun Hao and the other new disciples of Cold Moon Hall were led to the plaza of the main peak, where Cold Moon Hall was located, an old steward of Cold Moon Hall first called out the names of 5 people. Chun Hao and the other 2 were among them. The 5 were slightly stunned before stepping forward and standing in front of the group. Chen Si and Xiao, he were personally picked by Imperial Tutor Long Xiao. Chun Hao, Helian Wuzi, and Mo Yui were personally picked by President Fang Yuan. The 5 of you definitely have special talents. There is no doubt about it. But the basic requirement for our new show hall is Emperor level. Thus, before you step into Emperor level, you are not qualified to participate in any trials. This is to protect you. You can enjoy the benefits temporarily, but it is also a basic benefit. Once you step into Emperor level and have the qualifications to participate in the trials, your benefits will be assessed according to your trial results. Understood? Understood. The 5 replied in a deep voice. Evidently, the 5 were not surprised. Chen Hao and the other 2 had also heard about it from Huang Qi. That's good. I hope you can advance to Emperor level as soon as possible and catch up with the other disciples. Return to the group. After the old man finished speaking, he began to introduce the rules of the Royal New Show Hall to the new disciples. After briefly introducing the basic situation of Cold Moon Hall, he let a few stewards distribute clothing and basic benefits for the first month to Chun Hao and the others. Then, he arranged their dormitories. As expected of the Royal New Show Hall, the basic monthly benefits are 1 rank 6 spirit pill, 5 rank 5 spirit pills. When everyone received the first month's benefits, except for a few people who were clear about the situation, most of them were pleasantly surprised. One had to know that this was only a basic benefit. If he started to participate in the trial and had good results, the level of benefits would increase. How much would it be then? Looks like I'll have to advance to the Emperor level first. With the rewards from my family, Li Ran, and Zhuge Chengfeng, plus the basic benefits I can receive every month, it shouldn't take long, as that old man doesn't cause trouble, right? The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is so dense. Even if there are no elixirs, the cultivation effect will be several times better. Chun Hao thought in his heart. Thinking of this, Chun Hao looked at Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui, who were like taciturn gourds. The two of them did not hesitate to follow him and choose Cold Moon Hall. Helian Wuzi said that it was for revenge, but only she knew the actual situation. As for Mo Yui, it was obvious that he chose because of him and Helian Wuzi. Walking out of Yunzhou County together, the three of them seemed to have become one, especially in this place where they were unfamiliar with the people. Chun Hao was the youngest, but he was the most steady, experienced, and had the strongest combat strength. So, he naturally became the core of the three of them. Let's go back to the dormitory and cultivate hard. We have to advance to the Martial Emperor level as soon as possible. Moui responded. I'll advance to the Martial Emperor level first. Then I'll teach you a lesson. Helian Wuzi glared at Chun Hao and said in a low voice. She, who was as cold as ice, seemed to have a slight change in her expression after making her choice to go to Cold Moon Hall. At least, it was much better than before, when she seemed to have no feelings. I'm not afraid of being taken advantage of. You're welcome any time. Chun Hao said with a slight smile, glancing at Helian Wuzi. After speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. Helian Wuzi's expression changed, but she did not continue speaking. She glared fiercely at Chun Hao's back and followed Mo Yui. Hello, junior sister Xiao Wu. When the three of them quickly walked towards the dormitory area, for youth suddenly cut in front of the three of them, blocking their path. Among them, the leading youth had a slight smile on his face. He actually looked at Helian Wuzi as if he was familiar with her and greeted her. The three of them had to stop. Helian Wuzi frowned slightly. Ha! Junior sister Xiao Wu, I'm Dongfang Jun, the chief disciple of Cold Moon Hall this year. Before coming to the Royal New Show Hall, I heard about you from that good-for-nothing cousin of mine. Fortunately, he did not do anything to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off. Ha! I didn't expect junior sister Xiao Wu to be so beautiful and talented. I fell in love with you at first sight. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as I can do it, I promise to help you. I don't need it, Helian Wuzi said coldly. Dongfang Zan's words made Helian Wuzi's expression turn colder and colder. Even the aura around her was emitting an extreme chill at this moment. It was obvious that she was unhappy with the guy who called himself Dongfang Jun. I don't need it was already the limit. If it wasn't for the fact that she was weaker than him, she would have already attacked. When she was choosing the hall, she already knew that these four people were disciples of the Dongfang family, and Dongfang Jun was a 9th grade martial king expert. Why were the people of the Dongfang family so annoying? Why were they like flies that could be met everywhere? A fool Dongfang Zan was not enough to say that the Dongfang family was trash. But now there was a second one. Was it still an exception? If the three of them knew that there was an even stronger Dongfang Jian in Fierce Sun Hall, who was also this kind of person, they would probably be able to conclude the Dongfang family. Mo Yui held his large sword tightly. His gaze became as sharp as a sword, and his expression was even colder. The only one whose expression and aura did not change was Chun Hao, who was standing between Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui. Ha ha. Junior sister Xiao Wu, I like girls like you the most. Of course, you might feel that my honesty is too abrupt, but it's okay. In the future, you will find that I have never not interested. Without waiting for Dongfang Jun to finish, Hellion Woozy said coldly, "Let's go." After Hellion Woozy finished speaking, she directly said to Chun Hao and Mo Yui, she took the lead to go around Dongfang Jun and walked forward. Ha ha. Dongfang Jun looked at Hellion Woozy's graceful back. He didn't care about being rebuffed. How could the woman? He had his eyes on run away. It was only a matter of time. As long as Hellion Woozy was promoted to Marshal King and obtained the qualifications for the trial, he would have countless opportunities to conquer this unruly rouge horse. Femme fatale. When Chun Hao and the other two walked into the dormitory area, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly spat out 4 words to Hellion Woozy. "You're the one who's causing trouble." Hellion Woozy was slightly stunned, but then her face turned slightly red. She angrily glared at Chun Hao and said, when she was facing Dongfang Jun just now, she could clearly feel that Mo Yui had the intention to help her. But Chun Hao was calm and had no intention of helping her. It was fine if he didn't want to help, but at this time, he even said such words. It was really too infuriating. I want to. If a beautiful woman like Dongfang Jun came looking for me, I think I wouldn't even frown. Chun Hao shrugged and said casually, You wait. Within a month, I'll definitely be promoted to Marshal King. I'll teach you a lesson." Hellion Woozy was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Even when she was facing Dongfang Jun just now, she wasn't so angry. I'll wait and see what methods Dongfang Jun will use to deal with you after you become a Marshal King and start the trial without me and little Mo. Chun Hao suddenly looked directly at Hellion Woozy and said clearly. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he quickly went back to his dormitory, and Hellion Woozy, who was originally so angry that her heart was attacked by anger, was stunned speechless. Mo Yui, who was called Little Mo by Chun Hao, didn't seem to have any feelings towards this title. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the 13-year-old Chun Hao calling him Little Mo. He only glanced at Hellion Woozy and said, "He's right." Then he quickly rushed to the dormitory that was separated from Chun Hao's. Hellion Woozy was stunned for a while, then she bit her seductive lips and snorted. Even she didn't notice that there seemed to be a trace of a smile on her cold little face. The anger that had just risen was also extinguished in an instant. She walked into the dormitory between Chun Hao and Mo Yui. Although it was called a dormitory, it was built side by side. It was more than 10 times bigger than the Xiao family's dormitory. The 3 people's dormitories were also next to each other. Chun Hao picked up the golden key with a trace of spiritual imprint and opened the door of the dormitory. The spacious dormitory had a cultivation room, bedroom, study, bathroom, and toilet. All kinds of facilities were available. It was many times better than the Xiao family's dormitory that was ventilated on all 4 sides. Chun Hao really hadn't lived in such a luxurious dormitory in his life. Especially the cultivation room, the construction materials were all ores that contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were also experts who set up a spirit gathering array in the entire cultivation room, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cultivation room even thicker. After rushing for more than 10 days, he didn't even take a breath when he reached the Royal News Show Hall. Until now, Chun Hao finally had some time for himself. Phew! The moment he entered the room, Chun Hao let out a long sigh of relief. After locking the door, he looked back and forth, then walked directly into the bathroom. The bathtub wasn't big, just enough to accommodate one person lying down. It was made of sparkling white jade. After opening the valve, hot spring water poured into the bathtub with a faint medicinal fragrance. Obviously, this spring water had been added with precious herbs, and it was definitely many times better than the Shao family's bathhouse. In a short moment, the bathtub was filled to the brim. This is the benefit of joining a big power. Chun Hao sighed in admiration as he closed the valve, then quickly stripped, naked, and soaked in the bathtub. Soaking in the bath, thinking. This was his habit in the past. But now, Chun Hao needed to organize his thoughts. In a new environment, there were many geniuses and experts, and his cultivation level was really too low. Otherwise, when he first met Dongfang Jun, with Chun Hao's character, it would definitely not have ended up like that. He needed to come up with a new plan to quickly improve himself. Second update. Please recommend me. Please add me. Thank you. Chapter 74. While the Emperor-level disciples had all received their trial missions and started their real life in the Imperial family's new beauty hall, Chun Hao, Helian Wuzi, Mo Yui, and the other two people who had yet to reach the martial Emperor level were immersed in closed-door cultivation. Chun Hao's life became extremely simple. He did not leave the house, and other than cultivating, he cultivated. Other than practicing carving for 2 hours every day, he spent the rest of his time cultivating longevity art and Refinement Spirit Heart Sutra. Refinement Spirit Heart Sutra was imparted to him by Feng Yuan to Li Ran and had 9 layers. Although Chun Hao already knew the cultivation method, it was only now that he calmed down and started cultivating. What made him gratified was that the situation that Feng Yuan and Li Ran were worried about did not occur. There was not the slightest bit of conflict in the refinement of spirit power and elemental energy. Moreover, what surprised Chun Hao even more was that the speed of his cultivation of the Heart Sutra was much faster than when he had just started cultivating the secret of longevity. In just 20 days, he had been promoted to a level 3 elemental master, catching up to his own realm of martial arts. Of course, Chun Hao had also heard from Li Ran that his innate spirit power had reached willpower master realm. Otherwise, he would not have advanced so quickly. Inside the cultivation room, at this moment, Chun Hao was sitting cross-legged. The elemental energy in his dantian was surging violently, and his body was shining with a bright red light. Faintly, one could hear deep rumbling sounds coming from his dantian chi si. It was continuous, like raging waves crashing against the shore. If an expert was present, their eyeballs would fall to the ground from shock, because the crimson elemental energy on Chun Hao's body would occasionally change color in an extremely strange manner. It was not a change in color, but a complete change in color. This was absolutely an inconceivable thing. Below martial saint, once a martial artist of any rank stepped into that rank, their elemental energy would be the same color. The only difference was the depth. For example, a 9th grade martial master could use his elemental energy to change its color from light red to peak crimson red. This was his limit. In other words, if a 9th grade martial master wanted to hide his strength, he could at most make others think that he was a 1st grade martial master, but he would not be willing to become a green elemental warrior. However, at this moment, Chun Hao's crimson elemental energy would occasionally change its color from white, yellow, green, purple, brown, blue, and even black, which was not there at all, would appear strangely. What kind of concept was this? This was an ability that only martial saints with rainbow elemental energy could freely change their elemental energy. Huff! Chun Hao exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. 2 resplendent rays of light flashed before disappearing. His eyes contained a trace of excitement as he thought to himself, to think that dual cultivation of martial and intent would have such an amazing ability. In the future, Won't I be able to disguise myself as anyone below the Martial Saint realm? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, pretending to be a tiger to scare people. This is simply too satisfying. After an entire month of bitter cultivation, Chun Hao had used up all of his spiritual medicine savings. His martial cultivation was extremely heaven-defying, reaching the peak of 9th grade martial master. His intent cultivation had also soared to 7th grade intent master. Intent, within the intent master realm, was unable to display the strength of an intent master. Against a martial master of the same realm, the chances of victory were extremely low. However, today, Chun Hao had a sudden inspiration. After carefully combining his mental energy and elemental energy, he actually discovered such an awesome ability. This ability was not as simple as pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, or pretending to be a tiger to scare people. With the combination of two types of energy, Chun Hao could be sure that his strength had more than doubled, especially in the area of elemental energy control. Because of his mental energy, it could definitely be considered to have reached the realm of minute details. Pung! Chun Hao suddenly slapped out with his palm, and a surging crimson, red origin energy instantly shot out violently. But just as it was about to bombard the wall, it dispersed into numerous origin energy light ribbons with a whoosh, and like a gentle breeze, they suddenly brushed past the wall and turned 180 degrees, gently drifting together. Just at this moment, a bright light flashed between Chun Hao's brows, and the crimson-red origin energy once again violently blasted out a distance of 3 meters before slowly dissipating. Amazing! Chun Hao could not help but praise himself. This kind of elemental energy control that had reached the realm of minute details with his mental energy could definitely be used to the pinnacle of ancient Chinese martial arts. Whoosh! At this moment, the dagger in Chun Hao's hand flashed. The small dagger that his father had given him for carving immediately flashed with crimson elemental energy and flew out as fast as lightning. Hiss! The same shocking scene appeared. The flying dagger actually did not fly in a straight line. Instead, it drew several arcs and spun in the training room. Before it ran out of energy, it returned to Chun Hao's hand. The legendary Xiao Li's flying dagger. I actually managed to master it. Chun Hao's figure was filled with extreme excitement as he trembled slightly. He was very clear that if he were to use the ultimate flying dagger technique now, it would definitely not be as simple as the Xiao Li's flying dagger. With his astonishing vision, perception, and meticulous control of elemental energy, who in the same realm as him would be able to dodge his flying dagger. Moreover, with the increase in his mental energy, Chun Hao did not need to use the moment of inertia to throw the dagger. With a slight thought, he could change the direction of the flying dagger at will and use his mental energy to push it to the highest speed possible. 1 month, only 1 month. Although Chun Hao was only a 9th grade martial master, he believed that he definitely had the ability to defeat multiple martial kings. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chun Hao was feeling excited, there was suddenly a heavy knock on the door. Although the soundproofing in the training room was superb, Chun Hao, who was no longer in the state of cultivation, heard it clearly with his keen perception. His figure swayed, and he walked out of the training room. After sensing the aura of the person at the door, Chun Hao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. He said in a low voice, "You really came at the right time. Looks like you've been promoted to Martial King. Humph." The instant Chun Hao opened the door, an absolutely beautiful and graceful yet ice-cold figure appeared before Chun Hao's eyes. Although Helian Wuzi's expression was ice-cold, her pair of absolutely beautiful eyes contained a trace of complacency that couldn't be concealed. Her delicate chin was slightly raised, and she coldly snorted at Chun Hao. "What? Have you advanced to the martial emperor realm?" Chun Hao smiled and asked calmly. What do you think? Looking at your proud look, it should be. However, I advise you to go back. Some debts, you will never be able to pay them back. You will only sink deeper and deeper. Don't scare me. Hellion Woozy raised her hand and pushed away Chun Hao, who was blocking the door. She directly walked towards Chun Hao's training room. Chun Hao shrugged and looked at the graceful figure. He seemed to shake his head helplessly and followed her in. Bang! Chun Hao closed the thick and heavy door of the training room, as if there was no pressure at all. He looked straight at Hellion Woozy and approached her. Hellion Woozy, who was originally full of confidence, saw the door of the training room close, especially when she looked at the indifferent Chun Hao, who was approaching her. She didn't know why, but she actually felt like a lamb entering the tiger's mouth, especially when she thought of Chun Hao's shameless martial arts. A trace of panic arose in her heart. P.S. Thank you to Chinyu, Passionate Love, Chuan Liang Woozy, Mo, Xie, Feng Bai, and Ziru for their tips yesterday. Thank you. Please collect, please recommend. Chapter 75. Please add recommend. Thank you. What do you want to do? Hellion Woozy couldn't help but ask in a moment of desperation. After she finished speaking, even she herself was stunned. What do I want to do? Don't you want a debt? Come, let me see how strong you are as a martial emperor. Oh, by the way, don't casually walk into a man's room in the future, especially this kind of sealed cultivation room. Not everyone is a gentleman like me. Chun Hao's indifferent and calm tone caused Hellion Woozy's anger to once again attack her heart. Honorable gentleman? Which gentleman would use that kind of shameless technique on a young girl in front of everyone? Using that shameless technique was one thing, but why did he have to do it at her own place? Boom! Boundless and terrifying light brown essence power, mixed with an incomparably icy aura, directly surged out from Hellion Woozy's body. Not giving Chun Hao the chance to react, this girl shouted delicately and struck out with her palm. There was no other way. If she let Chun Hao continue speaking, Hellion Woozy was afraid that she would be angered to death by Chun Hao before the battle even started. Boom! The corner of Chun Hao's mouth hooked up into a devilishly charming smile, as if he'd long anticipated that Hellion Woozy would make a move. A similarly light brown essence force suddenly exploded from his body, and a palm met the attack. Bang! The two people's palms collided, and a dull explosion sounded. Their bodies immediately separated. How is this possible? Hellion Woozy stopped in shock. She stared at the light brown energy on Chun Hao's body, and her expression became extremely interesting. Everything is possible. Do you still want to fight? Even if I don't use that technique, I'm afraid you can't do it either. If you use it, you'll definitely lose. Chun Hao withdrew the disguised energy and said, the reason for the disguise was firstly because Chun Hao, who had exhausted all his spiritual pills, needed to start the real cultivation in the Royal New Show Hall as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to test the strength of this disguised martial emperor on Hellion Woozy. The result was very good. A first-grade martial emperor with the disguise of mental power, in terms of pure origin power, was not inferior to Hellion Woozy in the slightest. In fact, it was even stronger. Staring blankly at Chun Hao, at this moment, Hellion Woozy truly felt that in this lifetime, she was afraid that she would never have the opportunity to seek justice from Chun Hao. The reason why she had come looking for Chun Hao as soon as she had become a martial emperor was because she had long realized how abnormal Chun Hao was. The longer she waited, the slimmer her chances were. Taking advantage of the fact that she had become a martial emperor was her only chance to defeat Chun Hao, but now, even this opportunity had been obliterated. But what was strange was that Hellion Woozy, who wholeheartedly wanted to violently beat up Chun Hao, who had humiliated her, at this time clearly lost all hope, but she didn't feel too sad. Instead, she had a trace of faint joy, joy for Chun Hao. This strange feeling caused Helian Woozy, who was staring blankly at Chun Hao, to hurriedly avoid Chun Hao's gaze. She stubbornly said, "One day, I will. Halfway through her words, she felt guilty and couldn't continue. Her face was red as she said, "Let me go. Did I stop you?" Chun Hao spread out his hands as a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "You're a bastard." Helian Woozy pushed Chun Hao away. She was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She frantically opened the door of the cultivation room and rushed out of Chun Hao's room. "A bastard?" Chun Hao shrugged as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "Looks like everyone has overlooked my age, including myself. Brother Chun?" At this moment, Mo Yui's shout came from outside the door. Could it be that Mo Yui has also broken through to Martial Emperor? Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Mo Yui was 1 grade lower than Helian Woozy. Helian Woozy had just broken through. How could Mo Yui be so fast? Helian Woozy had just rushed out of Chun Hao's room and didn't even close the door. When Mo Yui came out of his room, he also saw Helian Woozy. However, after Helian Woozy saw him, she ran even faster. She seemed to be blushing and directly went into his room. This made Mo Yui very surprised. "You've broken through to Martial Emperor?" Seeing Mo Yui directly walk into the room, Chun Hao asked, "No, I just broke through to 9th grade Martial Master. With the help of sufficient elixirs, it shouldn't take long for me to break through." "Then why did you come out?" Chun Hao asked. "Today is the day to receive basic benefits. I think Brother Chun should come out. I think." Mo Yui stared at Chun Hao with burning eyes. He opened his mouth and seemed to be a little embarrassed. "If you have something to say, say it. I need to fight with a sword with you. However, I'm afraid that I'll delay your cultivation, so I want to take advantage of today's time to receive the elixirs and ask Brother Chin to fight with me. If you want to fight, come find me at any time. That girl has broken through to Martial Emperor. I'm also considered as one. You're the only one left." Chun Hao said without hesitation. Mo Yui was inexplicably shocked by Chun Hao's words, but then he understood. Chun Hao was able to cultivate for half a year and advance from an ordinary person to a martial master. Was it strange for him to advance from a 5th grade martial master to a martial emperor in a month? Furthermore, he had sufficient elixirs to support him. As for Helian Woozy's advancement to martial emperor, Mo Yui wasn't surprised. At this moment, thinking of Helian Woozy's appearance just now, it was obvious that she had been humiliated by Chun Hao again. "I'll do it as soon as possible." Mo Yui took a deep breath and said, "Go and call that girl out. Let's go together. Next, she and I will help you cultivate. When you break through, we'll officially start the mission." Chun Hao said, "Good. Thank you, Brother Chun." Mo Yui's eyes flashed with gratitude as he said in a deep voice, "The 3 of you have to move quickly. Chun Si and Xiao, he both advanced to Martial Emperor a few days ago. Among the disciples of Cold Moon Hall, only the 3 of you are left. The longer you delay, the greater the gap between you and the others. Relying on these basic benefits won't be of much use. You're not qualified to enter the unique study library." When Chun Hao and the other 2 received the basic benefits for this month, the general manager of Cold Moon Hall, who was in charge of the assessment and distribution of the benefits, gave them the elixirs and warned them, "Thank you for reminding us. We'll do it as soon as possible." Chun Hao said respectfully, when he saw the general manager looking at Helian Woozy, With slight disappointment, Chen Hao frowned slightly and continued. Xiao Wu has already broken through to Martial Emperor. After Xiao Mo and I break through, we can start the trial. There shouldn't be a problem this month. Oh, hearing Chen Hao's words, the general manager's expression changed slightly. He said, "That's good. The barrier of martial master shouldn't be much of a barrier for the disciples of New Show Hall. The cultivation room we spent a lot of money to condense is not just a simple condensation of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. It also has the spiritual imprint of a super expert. It will be of great benefit for you to comprehend the barrier. Go. If you can break through within a month, you'll be able to make it in time for the trial in Xianhuang Ancient City." "Yes, thank you, General Manager." The three cupped their fists and said respectfully. After saying that, they quickly left. After watching the three of them leave, the General Manager smiled and said, "This little guy's comprehension is really good. It seems that he will be able to advance to Martial Emperor within a month. From a 5th grade Martial Master to Martial Emperor, 2 months. It's even faster than Brother Huang Qi's estimate. It's said that this little guy's combat strength is very high. It seems that it's true. The three of them obviously treat him as the core. Without strength, how can he convince the other two? P.S. 1 week has passed. The next chapter will be updated at midnight tonight. Brothers and sisters, please log on to the starting point and support Wushan. Thank you. Please collect it. Chapter 76. First update. Please click Recommend Bookmark. Next, under the guidance of Chen Hao, they began a cultivation method that made Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui suffer unbearably. It was too horrible to look at, but it also made them incomparably shocked and inexplicably excited. It was also at this time that the two of them truly realized how terrifying and abnormal Chen Hao was. At the same time, they also deeply felt the gap between themselves and Chen Hao crazy abnormal. Only these 4 words could describe the intensity of cultivation under Chen Hao's pressure in just half a month. There was not even a moment of rest. Meditating and cultivating was the only way for the two of them to rest. Once they recovered their strength and spirit, Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui would face all kinds of terrifying attacks from Chen Hao. Sometimes it was simple and direct, sometimes it was strange and ever-changing, sometimes it was watertight, and sometimes it was a direct attack aimed at the flaws. Every battle could make Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui tremble with fear, but the harvest every time was also huge. Chen Hao basically did not explain anything to the two of them, and also did not say much. The two of them knew in their hearts that Chen Hao was sacrificing time for them, wholeheartedly improving their battle strength. Mo Yui was very grateful, and also really admired Chen Hao, but although Helian Wuzi clearly knew that Chen Hao was helping her, and she was also grateful deep in her heart, but every time she fought with Chen Hao, she would be angered by Chen Hao because Chen Hao did not treat her as a woman at all. In Chen Hao's words, the enemy did not distinguish between men and women. If she still treated herself as a woman, then she would give the enemy all kinds of means to kill her, especially when facing a shameless and wretched enemy. What made Helian Wuzi even more ashamed and resentful was that Chen Hao also said the real reason why she lost to Chen Hao in the Yunzhou martial competition. Chen Hao had used the Dragon Claw to take advantage of her physical and psychological weaknesses. If she had let go of her modesty and shyness at that time, and not treated herself as a woman and showed the coldness and heartlessness that she should have, the one who would have lost would have been Chen Hao during this period of battle. Chen Hao not only fought her with his powerful strength, but also used extremely shameless and wretched fighting methods from time to time. He even blatantly teased her. How could Helian Wuzi not be angry? However, Hellion Woozy didn't know that Chun Hao was indeed thinking for her. Femme fatale, Hellion Woozy's exceptional beauty was destined to encounter all kinds of shameless people like Dongfang Zhan and Dongfang Jun. However, since she was bound to Chun Hao's small team and Chun Hao had acknowledged her, she could only improve and change her. He had to have the unique skills and mentality to fend off perverts. Chun Hao's goal was to let Hellion Woozy, as a woman, not become her weakness and flaw when facing shameless enemies. Of course, during this period of cultivation, Chun Hao didn't completely sacrifice his time for Mo Yue and Hellion Woozy like he did for them. He was also familiarizing himself with the combination of his willpower and martial arts through fighting with the two of them, as well as the combination and application of his own martial arts skills. 20 days later, under the torture of Chun Hao's high-pressure destructive method, Mo Yue finally stepped into the martial emperor realm beyond expectations. After Chun Hao borrowed most of the remaining elixirs from Hellion Woozy and Mo Yue, he also truly stepped into the martial emperor realm. The battle strength of the three people had an astonishing increase in a short period of 20 days. Chun Hao believed that at the same level, at least no one would be able to take advantage of Hellion Woozy and Mo Yue with their moves. As for Hellion Woozy, although she was still angry under Chun Hao's wretched and shameless attacks, it had to be said that if she met such a pervert with such wretched methods, her anger would no longer be in panic, but would be turned into a more violent and powerful attack. Similarly, although Chun Hao had never fought with a martial emperor realm expert before, he was confident that he could fight with a high-level martial emperor. After Mo Yue's advancement, the three of them went through the test together and finally became the junior disciples of Cold Moon Hall, obtaining the qualification for the trial. The Royal New Show Hall was divided into junior disciples, intermediate disciples, and high-level disciples. These three ranks had nothing to do with one's strength, but the number of years they had been in the sect. Those who had been in the sect for 2 years were junior disciples, those who had been in the sect for 4 years were intermediate disciples, and those who had been in the sect for 6 years were high-level disciples. Any disciple could only stay in the Royal New Show Hall for 6 years. After 6 years, they would leave the Royal New Show Hall. As for where they would go, it would depend on their strength after 6 years. Chun Hao and the other two could only wait for the next mission to start the trial. A few days later, the first trial, which had lasted for nearly 2 months, finally ended. The new disciples of the 3 halls returned one after another. Some were dejected, some had gained a lot, and some had even lost their lives in the trial. For a moment, the originally quiet dormitory area became lively. Small groups of 3 to 5 people were discussing who had gained the most this time, who was the unluckiest, and so on. Dongfang Jun's name from the Dongfang family was undoubtedly the most frequently mentioned name in Cold Moon Hall. Although Chun Hao and the other two hadn't started the trial, they had some understanding of the Royal New Show Hall's trial through the information that Huang Qi and the others had just received. When Huang Qi had first mentioned it, Chun Hao had been looking forward to it. Now, the disciples who had returned from the trial in less than 2 months had made Chun Hao even more excited. There were still a few days before he, Hellion Woozy, and Mo Yue would start the real trial. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chun Hao's body and mind were completely immersed in a wonderful state. It was as if Chun Hao had merged with the thick, 3-foot-long wooden stick in his hand, which was several times harder than sandalwood, and was known as steel wood. He could clearly feel the fine veins on the stick. The rapidly flashing blade gleam didn't have a trace of elemental energy, but it easily swam through these extremely fine veins. Along with the fine wood shavings, the shape of the wooden stick rapidly changed. The highest level of carving skills is to carve everything in the world. When there is no longer anything that cannot be carved under your blade, that is when the carving skill has reached great success. Chun Hao recalled the words that his father had once said to him. Originally, he didn't refute, but he didn't agree with those words at all. In his opinion, his father was only exaggerating. The blade was only an ordinary blade. Furthermore, it couldn't use any elemental energy. So how could it carve everything in the world? Trees were already the limit, right? At that time, Chun Hao thought so. At least in his opinion, rocks, steel, and various hard ores couldn't be carved using this method. At least, it required the support of powerful elemental energy or mental energy. But now, Chun Hao, in this wonderful state, suddenly realized that what his father had said might be true, because Chun Hao already understood that this wasn't just a simple carving skill, but a kind of supreme technique that merged with everything and used the life source of all things to comprehend the great Tao. Every time Chun Hao controlled the veins of an object, it was as if he had touched the origin of this object. Some mysterious heavenly Tao insights that had the unique aura of this object would appear in his mind at that time. Under his blade, this object would be like tofu. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the last piece of wood fell from Chun Hao's hand, a steelwood sword faintly emitting a metallic luster appeared in Chun Hao's hand. The body of the sword was smooth and exquisite, and there wasn't the slightest trace of carving. It was like a naturally grown wooden sword, giving people a feeling that it was made by nature. Ding! His fingertips lightly flicked the sword body, and it actually produced a crisp sword sound. Chun Hao's face revealed a satisfied smile. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, there was a heavy and hurried knock on the door, which destroyed Chun Hao's wonderful state of mind. His brows immediately furrowed. Moue and Helian Woozy definitely wouldn't knock on the door, so arrogantly. Chun Hao, open the door, open the door. I'm Dongfang family's Dongfanging. Our eldest Dongfang Jun invites you in. A domineering voice sounded. Chun Hao's eyes shone with a fierce light. His expression was cold as he walked to the door and suddenly opened it. He. I heard that you, Moue, and our future sister-in-law Xiao Wu have all stepped into the martial emperor realm. Our eldest Dongfang has considered for you and specially invited you to join our team to gain experience together. P.S. In the new week, please log on to Qijian and give me your recommendation. Thank you. Thank you to Chuan Liangguzi, low-key brat, Shu Linfei, Moue, passionate love carrot for the 5 friends rewards and support. The second update will probably be around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. These few days, I've been coughing badly. If I don't smoke, I won't be able to sit still. Smoking already causes me to cough to death. It's really painful. Chapter 77. Second update. Please recommend it. Thank you. Boy, sister-in-law Xiao Wu said that you are their boss, as long as you agree. What? You don't want to agree? Don't regret it. This is a great thing for you. Others begged to join us, but our boss doesn't care. With our boss, I guarantee that you will reap a lot, and no one will dare to bully you. You have to think carefully. Our boss's temper is not good. Seeing that Chun Hao was only staring coldly at Dongfang Jun standing behind them, another person said arrogantly. The first person this group of guys knocked on the door was naturally Helian Woozy, but Helian Woozy didn't open the door at all and pushed it to Chun Hao, saying that Chun Hao was her and Moue's boss. My temper is also not good. Chun Hao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said coldly at this moment, "What did you say?" Hearing Chun Hao's words, a guy suddenly pointed at Chun Hao's nose and shouted, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Another guy looked at Chun Hao full of ridicule, smiled slightly, and said, "It seems that you, boy, are interested in Helian Woozy. I advise you to give up. What qualifications do you have to fight for the woman that my boss likes? You have to think carefully. Give up on her. Persuade her to join us. There will be plenty of benefits for you. Don't joke with your life and future for a woman. Our boss has always done things neatly. When these guys knocked on Chun Hao's door, Hellion Woozy was already standing at the window of her room. The reason why she pushed it to Chun Hao was not that she was afraid of Dongfang Jun and the others, but that Chun Hao had told them when the new batch of disciples had just returned from their experience. It seemed that Chun Hao had long expected that Dongfang Jun and the others would come. Is that so? I never joke with my life and future, and I do things neatly. That's good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Ha ha. Hearing Chun Hao's words, the guy's mocking expression suddenly eased slightly, interrupted Chun Hao, and laughed wildly. But I disdain associating with pigs and dogs even more. You can leave now. Chun Hao had never seen Lei Feng so stupid. Were his eyes just for show? Can't you see the disdain and contempt in my eyes? What did you say? The guy's laughter suddenly froze as he stared at Chun Hao and fiercely said, F***CK, your mother. Do you want to die? How dare you call us? Chun Hao didn't show any signs, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of elemental energy around his body. However, the ironwood sword in his hand that had just been completed was as fast as lightning, silently slicing through the air. An icy cold aura directly caused the two fellows to widen their eyes in horror. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Their voices also stopped abruptly. The icy cold aura on their necks and the slight piercing pain caused their souls to leave their bodies. Scram! Strength is everything. I don't care if you like to hear it or not, or if you can listen, but I still have to tell you, this is for your own good. We don't have anyone to rely on. We can only rely on ourselves. Go and cultivate. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he let go of Hellion Woozy's arm. I want to fight. Fighting also requires a calm heart, Chun Hao said as he walked into the room and closed the door directly. Hellion Woozy was in a daze for a few seconds. Then she stomped her feet and quickly returned to her room. This trial is in the Xianhuang ancient city. I believe you already know the basic situation. Old Man emphasized again that the Xianhuang ancient city is one of the most valuable relics in the Zhenyuan kingdom. Especially for cultivators in the Emperor stage, it is an excellent opportunity for cultivation. There is only one chance to open it every year, and each of you only has one chance to enter. The demonic beasts inside lurk in the day and come out at night. The strongest demonic beast is at the 9th grade Emperor stage. There are few of them, but you must be careful. I don't want anyone to die. Remember, the most important purpose of the trial in the Xianhuang ancient city is to comprehend the 5-star spiritual route. How much you can comprehend depends on you. If you can't comprehend it, kill the demonic beasts. The number of demonic beasts' inner cores obtained will be the basis for evaluating your welfare level. By the way, no matter how you fight, if you kill someone, you have to pay with your life. Let's go. At this moment, the new disciples of the 3 halls were all gathered at the top of the Spirit Gathering Peak, the main peak of the Royal New Show Hall. In the middle of the peak, a mysterious and huge ancient magic array exuded a mysterious, simple, and magnificent aura, as if it was slowly rotating with the rotation of the sun, the moon, and the stars. With the order of the Deputy Hall Master of the Royal New Show Hall, the 8 masters who had been standing in 8 directions of the ancient magic array immediately gathered their energy and poured it into the ancient magic array at the same time. At this moment, mysterious rays of light suddenly condensed into a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky. P.S. The 3rd update is about 7 p.m. Friends who have finished reading it, please help to bookmark and recommend it. My new book needs your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 78. Although the other disciples who had tried it before were still surprised when they saw it again, they were relatively better off. However, Chun Hao, Helian Wuzi, Moue, and the other disciples who had just reached the emperor level and saw this ancient array for the first time were all extremely shocked. This mysterious and ancient array was a teleportation array that ordinary people could not see at all. Only the legendary god-level experts who could turn the 5 elements and reverse yin and yang could refine this kind of teleportation array that transcended the 5 elements, twisted the universe, and turned heaven and earth into a square inch. Chun Hao had been in the Royal New Show Hall for 2 months. Although he had basically been cultivating in seclusion, he had a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. What did it mean to call the Royal New Show Hall as a rookie? If there were rookies, there would naturally be elites and higher-level existences. The highest realm of the Royal New Show Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master was the peak of Martial Sage. They had not reached the martial god realm of yin-yang transformation. However, the Royal New Show Hall had a teleportation array. In fact, Chun Hao had long realized that the Jinyuan kingdom was just a small kingdom in the vast and boundless land. Now, it was still the sky to him. It was a tall mountain that blocked his vision. Outside of this sky, there must be an even more powerful and exciting world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed into the teleportation array one after another. Every team was tightly pulled together. The moment they entered the teleportation array, it was as if the space would distort and they would disappear instantly. Let's go. Seeing that more than half of the people had disappeared, Chun Hao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands. His left hand held Helian Wuzi's soft little hand tightly, and his right hand held Moue's tightly. Hiss, hiss. On the contrary, Chun Hao and Moue didn't have any reaction. However, the hands that were tightly clasped together with Helian Wuzi, because the two of them were simultaneously gathering energy, unexpectedly emitted the sound of electric arcs. This was definitely not because there was something between the two of them. Especially Chun Hao, there was absolutely nothing between them. Chun Hao had to admit that Helian Wuzi's small hand felt very good when he held it. It was soft, tender, small, cool, a very comfortable feeling. But that was all. However, this numbness that felt as if electricity had passed through his body was real. The reason was that the water and ice energy that they had comprehended because of each other actually produced a trace of fusion. This made the two of them were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other. Helian Wuzi only took a glance and then turned her ice-cold, beautiful little face to the side. She seemed a little shy. There was no time to think. The instant the three of them charged into the teleportation array, a mysterious energy enveloped them. Chun Hao only felt a strong light flash before his eyes as his surroundings began to distort. By the time he regained his vision, an ancient aura had already assaulted him. The scene before him had already changed completely. The cold wind whistled, and snow flew all over the sky. The ground, mountains, and trees were enveloped beneath a thick layer of snow, causing the heavens and the earth to be covered in a vast expanse of whiteness, and it was filled with an ancient, desolate, icy cold, and holy aura. With a single glance, the shadow of an enormous and ancient city could be faintly seen in the distance, and because it was too far away, it was like a mirage, indistinct, and illusory. Kakik, Moue, who did not have time to gather energy, was the first to shiver. His teeth chattered as he said, "So cold. The city in the distance should be the Xianhuang ancient city. The reason why we were teleported here is probably because Xiao Wu and I have already comprehended the mysterious ice chi. If you can endure it, then endure it. If you can't endure it, then gather your yuan chi to protect yourself." Chun Hao said to Moue, After a slight pause, he continued, "Let's go. There should be demonic beasts hidden in this ice and snow. If we can discover them, then we'll kill them." Chun Hao let go of the hands of the two. His figure flashed, and he took the lead in the direction of the ancient city in the distance. The level and quantity of demon beasts' inner cores was the standard to evaluate the level of welfare. Comprehending the 5 elements of spiritual roots was important, but hunting demon beasts was equally important. After all, this was a major matter related to the level of welfare, especially for a fellow like Chun Hao who consumed a terrifying amount of medicinal pills compared to an ordinary person. It was extremely necessary. In these 2 months of cultivation, Chun Hao was sure that the guy in his mind did not cause any trouble. During this time, Chun Hao also called out several times, but there was no response. Chun Hao knew what was going on. Back then, when he used the excuse of taking a dump as an excuse, he encountered a mysterious scene. According to the old man, it should be a place where an ancient expert once practiced cultivation. It had been unused for a long time, and after a long time, a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been condensed on the enormous spirit-gathering stone. It was precisely because the existence in his mind had absorbed the world energy that it truly awakened and was able to communicate with Chun Hao. Moreover, even though that guy was old and a bit arrogant, it seemed that he did not dare to go against Chun Hao's wishes. It was precisely because of this that there was the spirit lock bewitching array that Huang Qi spoke of. Of course, the spirit lock bewitching array was also built on the foundation of the original array. Otherwise, the old guy who had just awakened wouldn't have the energy to set it up. Even so, the consumption was rather large, and he had no choice but to sink into a deep level of cultivation to nourish himself. The 3 of them braved the sky full of flying snow and quickly advanced. Even though Moue had activated his Yuan power, it was only used to run. He did not rely on Yuan power to resist the cold. During this period of contact, he firmly believed in Chun Hao's words. Since Chun Hao told him to endure, then naturally there was a reason to endure. Therefore, even though this guy's teeth were chattering from the cold, he still persisted. As for Chun Hao and Helian Wuzi, although they felt the cold, because the 2 of them had comprehended the profound ice energy, it did not affect them much. From afar, Chun Hao and the other 2 could see small groups rapidly approaching Xianhuang Ancient City. However, they did not discover a single monstrous beast. Fuck. This is too fucking hot. Fire. Boss, among us, you're definitely the one with the most hope of comprehending the fire attribute spirit root. Ha! Of course, it's definitely boss. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been teleported here. That brat has relaxed a bit for the time being. Sister-in-law Xiao Wu has already comprehended the profound ice energy. They should have been teleported to the ice attribute area. And then, no matter, unless they don't enter Xianhuang Ancient City. Let's go, we'll increase our speed, and try to reach the ancient city before them. We'll be able to wait for them at the northern gate. That brat has truly eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to challenge this young master. The 2 of you are truly trash, actually being toyed with by a mere rank 1 martial monarch. The person who spoke was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Cold Moon Hall's new disciples, Dongfang Jun. In the previous trial, he was ranked 1st in the Cold Moon Hall. He was second only to the fierce Sun Hall's rank 1 martial emperor, Zhao Yunfei. Requesting collection and recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 79. Cough, cough. Boss, you don't know. That brat's sword skill is extremely strange. It doesn't have any energy fluctuation, and it's very fast. So fast that the 2 of us didn't even have time to react. We were hit almost at the same time. One of the guys whose neck was cut by Chun Hao still had lingering fear as he spoke. He was very clear that if Chun Hao had killed him at that time, he might not even know how he died. He had never heard of such a strange sword skill before. Yes, boss. But the most important thing is that we weren't mentally prepared at that time. We didn't think that Brat would dare to make a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded. If I meet him this time, I will definitely trample him to death. When the time comes, you just have to watch. This young master will make the three of them beg me, only 3 first-grade martial kings. The demonic beasts of Xianhuang Ancient City aren't something they can resist. We only need to make a few simple movements, and this young master will be a hero saving the beauty. Ha! After Dongfang Jun finished speaking, he laughed and took the lead to turn into a ray of light. The 4 of them rushed towards Xianhuang Ancient City like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. When Chun Hao's group of 3 passed by a forest that was wrapped in silver, what made Helian Wuzi and Moue slightly flabbergasted was that with a flash of the blade in Chun Hao's hand, a large tree fell to the ground with a rumble. Chun Hao walked closer. The blade in his hand was like a spark of electricity. With a few simple hiss sounds, that sturdy and thick tree trunk under Chun Hao's blade was like tofu. It turned into 3 strange wooden planks that were slightly raised at the front and back. In the middle, there was a bulge that was just large enough to accommodate a foot. Chun Hao, boss, what are you doing? Helian Wuzi and Moue said almost at the same time. But the way they addressed him was different. Moue's original brother Chen had now naturally become boss. And although Helian Wuzi also admitted that Chun Hao was the boss of the team, she still called him by his name. Put 1 foot in and learn how to slide. Since there are no demonic beasts, we must enter Xianhuang Ancient City with the fastest speed. Otherwise, we might be greeted by Dongfang Jun. Watch carefully. As Chun Hao spoke, he demonstrated by stepping on the newly made skateboard with 1 foot. His other foot slightly surged with origin energy as he lightly stepped on it. His entire body instantly glided forward with a slurp sound. Helian Wuzi and Moue stared blankly. If you've seen it clearly, then leave quickly. As long as you keep your balance and exert force with your right foot, your speed will become faster and faster, and it will save a lot of energy. Chun Hao stopped a few meters away and said, "All right." The 2 of them replied at the same time. It was naturally not easy for ordinary people to master Chun Hao's skiing skill in an instant. However, Helian Wuzi and Moue were both emperor-level experts. If they couldn't learn such a simple thing, they should find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Faster, faster. Following Chun Hao's words, the 3 people's right feet surged with origin energy as they continuously exerted force, causing the 3 people's speed to become faster and faster. The ground was originally covered with thick snow. Even if they were origin energy experts, they wouldn't be able to walk that fast. But now, they only needed to kick their feet at intervals, and the 3 people's speed soared to an astonishing level. It was no less than 4 or 5 times faster than before. In the snow, they were like 3 streams of light flashing by. An hour later, the ancient city of Xianhuang finally appeared in front of the 3 people. This ancient city exuded an ancient aura. It looked dilapidated and decayed, without any vitality. According to the information obtained before they came, demon beasts were nocturnal. During the day, there shouldn't be any demon beasts in the ancient city. However, when the 3 people entered the city, they still restrained their aura. Inside the city, it was desolate and ancient. Except for the whistling wind, it was strangely quiet without any trace. Obviously, this abandoned ancient city ruins Except for the Royal New Show Hall, who broke the seal to come here through the teleportation array every year for trials, had been deserted for countless years. Even though it was daytime, it still made people feel a gloomy and desolate aura. The whistling whirlwind increased the gloomy atmosphere even more. Let's go to the center of the city to find a place. Chunhao's incomparably sharp perception had already spread out. He didn't sense any life aura, but a trace of danger pervaded the air. Moreover, the energy of heaven and earth in this ancient city was very different from the outside world. Although Chunhao could only sense the water and ice attribute energy of the same origin, he knew that it contained the 5 elements' spirit roots. Cultivating here would definitely have an unexpected effect on comprehending the 5 elements' spirit roots. The closer to the center of the city, the higher the level of demon beasts that appeared at night. The 2 of them were clear on this point. The 3 of them were only rank 1 martial kings. Although Chunhao's battle strength was extremely strong, what would he do if he encountered a demon beast of rank 5 martial king or above? Although Mo Yue and Helian Wuzi wanted to say something, when they saw that Chunhao was already quickly walking towards the center of the city, they could only quickly follow. But what surprised the 2 of them was that Chunhao only ran for a moment before suddenly stopping and frowning. What's wrong? Helian Wuzi and Mo Yue asked at the same time. But Chunhao acted as if he didn't hear the 2 of them. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Fortunately, it was only a few seconds later before his expression returned to normal. He seemed a little excited, and suddenly looked at Helian Wuzi and Mo Yue, saying, "There's no need to go to the center of the city. We might be rich this time. Quick, before anyone gets close to the ancient city." As Chunhao spoke, he actually rushed towards the city gate again, making Helian Wuzi and Mo Yue confused. They didn't know what this guy was going to do. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them arrived at the city gate again. "Jump down and follow me quick." Chunhao looked at the wide blood-red moat and actually said such a sentence. At the same time, with a swoosh sound, he gathered all the elemental energy in his body and plunged into the moat. Helian Wuzi and Mo Yue frowned at the same time. They looked at each other and braced themselves to jump down. Pung, pung, pung. 3 blood-red splashes splashed, and the 3 figures suddenly jumped into the moat. The moment they entered the water, what made Chunhao surprised was that the density of this blood-red water was surprisingly high. The 3 of them fell from high up, but they only entered half of their knees and didn't go deep. Boss, what are you going to do?" Mo Yue couldn't help but ask. "I'll explain to you later. First of all, can you guys dive down?" "How can we dive? This water is very strange." Helian Wuzi frowned. At this moment, she was standing in the water, and it felt like she was standing on solid ground. Apart from the slight undulation, even her knees didn't sink into the water. One could imagine how great the buoyancy was. "Forget it, that's the only way. You 2 go into the city and cultivate in the outer area near the east gate. Also, Xiao Wu, you disguise yourself. Xiaoma, you disguise yourself too. Avoid Dongfang Jun and the others as much as possible. No matter how big or small the harvest is, safety first. I might come out very late, so you can only rely on yourselves for this trial. Be careful. Go quickly. If you are late, Dongfang Jun will probably reach the city gate." As Chunhao spoke, he sent out a burst of origin energy. Immediately, he supported Helian Wuzi and Mo Yue, allowing the 2 of them to take advantage of the momentum and fly high into the sky. "Go!" Chunhao waved his hand. Suddenly, his aura seemed to have merged with the moat, and he dived into the water like a fish. "Please add it to your collection. Recommend it. Thank you." Chapter 80. Amazing! Chun Hao's long-lost voice sounded in his mind, and even this voice could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed shocking that Chun Hao could so easily dive into the incredibly dense moat without using any energy at all. Are you sure you can lock onto Xiao Wu and Murphy's aura? Don't worry. Although I'm weak right now, my senses won't weaken at all. This is my ability to make a living. Don't ask. I can't answer your questions, and I can't. Besides, communicating with you right now takes a lot of effort. The seal on that thing is too strong. Once you control it, you'll naturally understand. It's better for me to use my senses to communicate with you. When Chun Hao wanted to ask the question in his heart, another existence in his mind spoke first. After speaking, Chun Hao clearly felt that their minds were once again cut off. There was only a trace of fluctuation in his mind, just like the fluctuation that guided him forward when he encountered the elixir. Other than that, there was no other aura. That thing. What is it? Is it also something in my mind? Or is it something that sealed this old guy in it? Chun Hao secretly thought. Although the old guy did not answer his question, his words revealed a piece of information that made Chun Hao surprised and helpless. There was no doubt that the old guy was not the only one in his mind. There was a stronger existence that sealed him. If he wanted to uncover the mystery, he had to be really strong. Now it seemed that there was no hope. He could not sense any abnormalities in his mind at all. So how could he understand what was there? Temporarily suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Chun Hao relied on the fluctuations in his mind and quickly dived to the bottom of the moat. His mind was constantly sensing the changes in the pool water. Converging all his energy, he was able to swim like a fish and completely ignore such a terrifying density of the river water. This was also thanks to the carving technique taught to him by his father, which allowed him to use his body as a knife and integrate into everything in the world. At this moment, Chun Hao was like a knife in his hand, finding the life trajectory and texture of the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water rippled slightly as Chun Hao dove deeper and deeper. What shocked him was that with the guidance of the fluctuations in his mind, this small moat was like a bottomless pit. After 1,000 feet, he entered an underwater cave. This cave was like a coiled dragon, twisting and turning as it went downwards towards the city. All the pores on Chun Hao's body had been opened, and he was completely relying on the internal breathing of an expert to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the water. At first, there was no abnormality, but after entering the underwater cave, Chun Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the water became thicker and thicker. This was not even cultivation, but it made Chun Hao feel as if he was cultivating. Strands of spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly merged into his body with the breathing of his pores and gathered in his dantian. Chun Hao didn't feel any exhaustion at all. Instead, he felt more and more energetic. But when Chun Hao felt as if he was several kilometers closer to the center of the ancient city, and the underground cave suddenly became several times wider, Chun Hao's body, which was swimming forward like a fish, suddenly froze. Crack, crack, hiss, the sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing came from Chun Hao's body. The blood-red water around Chun Hao's body suddenly became deeper. That was Chun Hao's blood. Chun Hao didn't even have time to scream before an incomparably terrifying pressure pressed down on every inch of his body from all directions. Under that irresistible force, Chun Hao clearly felt that his body was collapsing inch by inch. In almost an instant, countless parts of the bones in his body were shattered. His muscles, tendons, and even every single cell felt as if they were about to be squeezed into fine powder. An indescribable pain in an instant almost made Chun Hao lose consciousness. If Chun Hao's current appearance was seen by Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui, perhaps they would be scared to death. His body was squeezed tightly and curled up into a ball. His head, arms, legs, and body were all shrunk into a ball, badly mutilated. Could he still live? Using his body as a blade. This was originally not a problem. If it was in the outside world, no matter what kind of thing was placed in front of him, if he didn't comprehend its life, origin, trajectory, and texture, it would be fine if he didn't use his blade. But at this moment, the essence of this mysterious and strange water suddenly changed. Chun Hao simply didn't have time to comprehend its life, origin, trajectory before he was caught in it. How deep was he at the bottom of the water at this moment? The density of this water was so high, what kind of terrifying pressure would it have? What's more, this extremely terrifying water pressure seemed to be filled with an even more powerful energy. Moreover, Chun Hao had converged all of his yuan qi and mental power, completely relying on the life origin trajectory and texture to move forward. Boy, wake up, wake up. Stay awake and gather your strength. The mysterious existence in Chun Hao's mind was terrified to the extreme at this moment. Even he didn't expect such a thing to happen. He only sensed that there was a winding passage under this Xianhuang ancient city that was full of dense world energy. The end of the passage was the core of the ancient city. The world energy there was even more majestic and powerful to the extreme. He was sure that there must be extremely powerful elixirs there. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to communicate with Chun Hao in a weak state and let Chun Hao enter through the entrance he sensed. But he didn't know the specific situation in the passage. When Chun Hao had just jumped into the moat, he felt that he was wrong. Because how could Chun Hao dive into such dense water? But at that time, Chun Hao gave him a surprise, using a method that he couldn't understand to easily dive into the ground. At that time, he was still pleasantly surprised. But now, he was shocked and regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Chun Hao come. But it was too late. In a state of panic, he had to gather all of his mental power and shout in Chun Hao's mind like a morning bell. He was very clearly aware that once Chun Hao lost consciousness, then Chun Hao would stay here forever. On the other hand, the opportunity that he'd finally obtained after waiting for countless years with great difficulty would once again become a long wait, and it was very likely that it would be an even longer wait that would never see the light of day. Severe pain and the feeling of being on the verge of death instantly occupied Chun Hao's mind. Chun Hao's consciousness was almost about to collapse in an instant. Without personally experiencing this kind of pain, one would never know how terrifying it was. But Chun Hao's tenacious nerves and strong will to survive made him try his best to maintain the last trace of consciousness at this moment. He didn't lose consciousness and didn't even hear the voice of the mysterious existence in his mind. Because in that instant, he already knew why he was enduring this kind of pain. Comprehension. Comprehension. Only by using the fastest speed to truly comprehend this water that had suddenly changed its nature could he capture its origin, trajectory, and texture. Only in this way could the terrifying pressure around him disappear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of tendons, bones, and even cells cracking was still ringing in Chun Hao's body. But at this moment, his mind was highly condensed. All the pain seemed to have been forcibly removed from his mind. What was left was only comprehension. Heart, and comprehension. Although it sounded long, it was actually just a short moment. But whether it was Chun Hao or the mysterious existence in his mind, this moment was as long as a century. Hiss, finally! When Chun Hao's body was compressed to the point where it no longer resembled a human and was about to completely collapse, the terrifying pressure finally disappeared with Chun Hao's comprehension. Chun Hao's body that had shrunk into a meatball suddenly stretched out, but it was already unrecognizable. If it wasn't for the relatively tough and valiant meridians that connected it, it was likely that it would have been shattered. Similarly, if it wasn't for Chun Hao's body genes that were completely beyond the scope of a human, it was likely that he would have been completely finished. Even so, Chun Hao only had half a breath left. He had completely lost control of his heavily injured body. Almost all of his bones were broken, and countless parts of his body were torn. His organs were even crushed, and his blood was almost completely drained. Brat, persevere, persevere. You can't die. The mysterious existence shouted again and again. I can't die. I definitely won't die. Chun Hao's remaining consciousness was completely locked onto this comprehension, and he spoke with incomparable determination in his heart. He couldn't control his body, but at this moment he split a part of his mind to absorb the thick spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the water and fight against the Grim Reaper. P.S. Please recommend us. Please support Dark Mountain. We really don't have enough recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 81. Indescribable pain continuously assaulted him like waves. Chun Hao not only had to resist this pain that almost drowned him, but he also had to lock onto the origin, trajectory, and texture of the pool water. He also had to use the remaining bit of consciousness in his body to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the pool water to heal himself. If any of the three parts went wrong, it would mean that Chun Hao would lose his life here. In fact, if it wasn't for Chun Hao's abnormal physique, Hellion Wuzi and Mo Yui would have already died. However, Chun Hao's body, which was no longer in human shape, was quietly floating in the pool water, recovering extremely slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the past, Chun Hao's body would recover completely in less than a day, but this time it took an entire 10 days. Chun Hao's broken bones, torn flesh, and shattered internal organs were finally restored. Chun Hao also finally regained control of his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The instant he regained control of his body, Chun Hao suddenly sat cross-legged. The dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the pool water immediately began to flow into his body at a speed 10 times, 100 times faster. Strands of brown light overflowed from his body. This color was obviously much deeper than that of a first-grade martial emperor. Not only that, there was also a pure and condensed spiritual energy surrounding Chun Hao's body. It slowly merged with the brown spiritual energy and gradually formed a bright, protective shield. For the first time, it completely separated Chun Hao's body from the pool water. Phew, sensing Chun Hao's condition, the mysterious existence whose heart was hanging in suspense finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If it was anyone else, they would have been finished. This brat's soul is actually so strong after fusing. It seems that I have to do something for him. His life is far more important than my own recovery. After he becomes strong, it won't be too late for me to recover. As long as he has a conscience, he shouldn't treat me unfairly, right? I am the spirit of the super treasure hunting sword. However, this world seems to be much more powerful and mysterious than I imagined. I'm afraid that only when he has the strength to activate that thing will he have something to rely on. For the time being, I can't let him take risks. Fighting steadily and surely is better than dying prematurely. Bang, bang, bang. The 11th day, when Chun Hao regained control of his body, he cultivated in the same place for an entire day and finally completely recovered. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. What made Chun Hao excited was that, after almost losing his life, his martial cultivation had actually broken through 2 barriers in succession, stepping into the peak of 3rd-rank martial emperor. his mental power had also broken through several barriers in succession, rising to a level that was on par with other cultivators, the peak of third-rank martial emperor. A powerful energy filled Chun Hao's body and surged violently. This astonishing breakthrough made Chun Hao unable to suppress the excitement of this soaring power after he finished refining it. In an instant, his two palms shot out countless palm shadows around his body. Immediately, the quiet pond water was like a landslide, continuously exploding, and the water surged violently at this moment. Chun Hao had already withdrawn from the state of comprehending the tracks and lines of origin energy. He was completely relying on his protective aura to resist the terrifying water pressure. Fusing with the tracks and lines of origin energy was good. There was no loss of energy, and he could do as he pleased. However, at this moment, Chun Hao was more inclined towards absolute power. Only with absolute power and true strength could he avoid the danger of being on the verge of death again. And only with absolute power could he deal with any sudden changes. After venting for a short period of time, Chun Hao felt refreshed. The protective aura around his body was extremely strong. The fusion of the origin energy and mental power of a third-stage martial emperor and a third-stage martial emperor had surpassed his own realm by many times. There was no need for Chun Hao to do anything, and he could easily resist the terrifying water pressure that had almost taken his life. However, at this moment, Chun Hao slightly frowned, because the fluctuation in his mind was actually coming from the direction he came from. Brat, go back. This place is still 100 miles away from the core. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it will be. If this happens again, I'm afraid you'll die. Sensing Chun Hao's state, the existence in his mind had no choice but to communicate with Chun Hao again. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Stop talking nonsense. Since I'm here, there's no reason to go back. Do you want me to waste 10 days? Moreover, I really like this kind of dangerous situation. Chun Hao immediately said firmly. Not only did his voice not have the slightest trace of fear, it was instead shining with strong confidence and excitement. Limit, surpassing one's own limit. Only a true life and death situation was the best way. Chun Hao was able to improve to such a level in 10 days. Who could do it? Chun Hao believed that if it wasn't for this life and death situation, he didn't know when he would be able to reach the third stage martial emperor and martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm was different from the martial emperor realm. Every level required an extremely large amount of energy, especially Chun Hao's body, which was more special than ordinary people's. It required more energy. How could he improve so quickly just by relying on elixirs and cultivation? Moreover, Chun Hao also felt that after reaching the martial emperor realm, even he would need time to comprehend the barrier. Moreover, the barrier would definitely become more difficult as he progressed. Otherwise, his small cloud province wouldn't be so small. There were countless martial emperors, but only the patriarchs, guests, and elders of the big clans were ninth-stage martial emperors. There wouldn't only be a few martial emperors like Li Ran and Elder Shao. All right, that's your own decision. I'm only the treasure-hunting sword's spirit. I can only sense the direction of the treasure through the abnormality of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, I don't know the specific situation. It might be more dangerous later, so you have to be more careful. You're the treasure-hunting sword spirit. Yes. All right, I'm very weak. The treasure-hunting sword's spirit immediately hid in the depths of Chun Hao's mind and began to sense and communicate with him again. The underground cave, which had become extremely spacious, now looked like a crystal palace. Huge stone pillars stood in it like an underwater maze. There were several straight entrances. The original blood-red color of the moat had disappeared, and it became incomparably clear. There was no mud at the bottom of the water, only hard and flat rocks. Relying on the senses in his mind, after moving forward for more than 10 kilometers, a tightly sealed metal gate appeared in front of Chen Hao's eyes. A plaque made of unknown material was hanging on the gate, and it was intact. The 4 big words carved in immortal characters shocked Chen Hao. Xianhuang's Secret Land. Xianhuang's Secret Land. Xianhuang's Secret Land. This must be the foundation of Xianhuang Ancient City. Xianhuang Ancient City is helpful in comprehending the 5 elements spirit root, so it must be closely related to this secret land. Maybe the source of the 5 elements spirit root is in this secret land. Chen Hao thought excitedly. At the same time, he activated all the elemental energy in his body and suddenly struck out with his palm. Bang! In the instant that Chen Hao's berserk power struck the metal door, a loud, muffled sound erupted. Suddenly, a dazzling icy blue light shone from the gate. Hiss! An incomparably swift and fierce force blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slashed towards Chen Hao. P.S. Thank you for yesterday's 9 friends. Passionate love, carrot. Dream is already Chuan Liang Wuzi, Low-Key Little Devil, Shu Lin Fei, Yi Mo Ruashi, Elbone Ash Bookworm, Shu Heng Ying Qian, and Purple Knight Emperor Shu for their support. Note: thank you very much for pointing out Wushan's mistake. Wushan actually left out Wuzong. They never thought of Wuzong until now. Now, Wuzong is a level between martial emperor and warrior sage, a master of a generation establishing a sect. I'm not used to it, but I'm sorry. Chapter 82. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Hao was shocked. His eyes suddenly shrank, and his figure retreated quickly. His spiritual force and Yuan Qi were released violently, and he instantly shot out countless palms. Even so, the terrifying blue light that was like sword light still shattered Chen Hao's powerful protective Qi inch by inch. Fortunately, this attack was only one wave. After the blue light disappeared, Chen Hao's body was drenched in cold sweat. He was incomparably shocked. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Hao had experienced the illusory realm, and that the illusory realm was an attack of countless sharp sword lights, just this one attack alone would have shattered him. What a powerful attack! Do you know what's going on? Chen Hao asked in his mind. He knew that although that guy was hiding now, he must be paying attention to him. I don't know, I don't understand these. You don't understand? Weren't you the one who helped me comprehend the true essence of Sword Dao during this period of time? I said, I'm just the sword spirit of treasure hunting. I can only be called the spirit of treasure hunting. I don't understand the true essence of Sword Dao, but it should be that thing. What is that thing? Chen Hao frowned and asked, I can only tell you that it's an ancient spiritual treasure. When you're strong enough, you'll naturally know. Don't ask. However, although I don't understand the mechanism of this door, I know that any mechanism has a way to open it, especially of this nature. Usually, the corresponding energy is used to activate the array. You should study it carefully, since this is the mysterious yellow secret land, and you have the 5 elements spiritual root. I'm afraid you must have a little understanding of the 5 elements. You just happen to have. Mechanisms were no stranger to Chen Hao in the past, and with his intelligence, it was not difficult for him at all. But in the past on Earth, arrays were only a legendary existence. Although Chen Hao had unearthed countless relics, because of the fall of the cultivators on Earth, the lack of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and other reasons, there were no arrays in these relics. Even if there were, they had become useless arrays without the slightest power. Chen Hao only needed to think for a moment before he figured out the reason behind it. whether it was yuan qi, spiritual force, or the five elements, yin and yang, and other forces. It was nothing more than energy of different attributes and qualities. The operation of any formation required the support of energy, and the power and effect it displayed was a way to use that energy. After figuring this out, Chun Hao carefully approached the door again and began to carefully ponder and try. Chun Hao, who was immersed in the mysteries of formations and mechanisms, did not know how terrifying what he was doing was to ordinary people. Even the ancient expert who left behind the ruins of the Xianhuang ancient city never thought that someone would approach the source of the five elements' spiritual roots in a way that completely went against his original intention, just as the treasure-hunting sword spirit had guessed. After Chun Hao found the key mechanism of the door, he successfully used the mysterious ice qi to break open the door. Then, as he continuously approached the core, he activated countless mechanisms and formations. Needless to say, it was dangerous, but Chun Hao enjoyed it. It was as if he had encountered a difficult problem in the past, painful and happy at the same time. Enjoying the joy and excitement of passing the level, time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, an entire month had passed. In the evening, in the area near the east gate of the Xianhuang ancient city, two figures were hiding in a remote and dilapidated building complex. Their clothes were stained with blood and mud, and many of them were torn. Even their faces were dark, making it impossible to see what they looked like. One of the figures was sitting cross-legged, holding a large and thick sword with both hands. The sword was full of nicks, and it could be seen from this sword alone that this person must have experienced countless terrifying battles. His slightly trembling body was obviously still seriously injured and was recuperating. The other figure was seated cross-legged. Although her clothes were tattered, they were still unable to hide her graceful and exquisite figure. A faint and faintly discernible icy cold aura lingered around her body. Although her breathing was heavy, it was fine and deep. Her condition was clearly better than the person holding the sword. However, she was still injured. Humph, it was another night. No matter how unwilling the two were, they could not stop the curtain of night from falling. When the aura of the monster beasts quietly filled the air, the two of them exhaled and opened their eyes at the same time. Let's go. In another hour, the monster beasts will appear. We have escaped from Dongfang Jun, but if this goes on, I'm afraid we will die in the hands of the monster beasts. You can't hold on for much longer. Hellion Wuzi's ethereal but worried voice sounded. Her little face was covered in dirt, and only her eyes were still clear, but there was a trace of extreme exhaustion. Where to? Boss asked us to wait here. We have to wait here. Mo Yui said weakly. His injuries were obviously very serious, but his voice was abnormally firm. Why are you as stubborn as a bull? Boss asked us to wait here, but he didn't ask us to die here. The others have all gone to the core area, although the monster beasts here are the weakest. How can the two of us survive? The monster beasts tonight will definitely be more than yesterday, and stronger. How long can you last? Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. It's still not too late. We will go to the area with the most people. So what if Dongfang Jun finds me? I don't believe that he dares to do anything to me in front of the other disciples. Let's go. Hellion Wuzi said coldly. For an entire month, the two of them were only rank 1 martial monarchs. Although their battle prowess was much stronger than ordinary rank 1 martial monarchs under Chun Hao's special training, especially Hellion Wuzi, who had comprehended water and ice, she was even more powerful. However, when faced with waves of attacks from monarch-level monstrous beasts, they were not able to withstand them, especially the monstrous beasts that appeared at night. They were getting stronger every night. At this moment, the two of them were already injured, and Mo Yui was even more seriously injured. Okay, but if boss comes out to find Rumble, before Mo Yui could finish his sentence, he and Hellion Woozy, who were still sitting cross-legged, jumped up in fright at the same time. No, to be exact, it was not that they jumped up, but that they jumped up from the shock. What made them incomparably shocked was that the entire ancient Xuanhuan city seemed to have started to tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. A low and terrifying rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground, continuous and continuous. What's going on? When the two of them stabilized their bodies, this thought emerged in their minds. In the direction of the ancient Xuanhuan city, an incomparably bright light suddenly gushed out. In an instant, the entire ancient Xuanhuan city was bathed in bright light. The two of them looked at this scene in astonishment, and their minds raced. Before coming to the ancient Xuanhuan city, all the disciples were already clear about the situation of this trial. The ancient Qianhuang city contained the 5 elements' spiritual roots. It was a relic that the new disciples of the Royal New Show Hall had to come to every year. Many disciples were able to comprehend one of the 5 elements' spiritual roots and its derivative attributes. This was almost the standard for whether a cultivator could be promoted to martial saint. Emperor level, ancestor level, all things return to the origin, a master of a generation. As long as an expert reached the ancestor level, their origin power and mental power had been cultivated to the extreme. They could create the most suitable secret technique for themselves, establish a sect, and preach to the world. But for the body to reach the sage level, the first condition was to comprehend the 5 elements' energy. Only then could they break through the shackles of the ancestor level and advance to the saint level. Saint level experts, after comprehending all the 5 elements' energy, would be able to operate the 5 elements and condense all kinds of powerful formations. They would have the unparalleled power to destroy heaven and earth, and the ability to clash with the martial god realm's yin-yang rotation. One could imagine the importance of comprehending the 5 elements' energy. It was also because of this that Hellion Woozy was chosen by Feng Yuan. And now, the resplendent 7-colored light in the ancient Qianhuang city was the sign of the 5 elements' spiritual roots blooming. When the 7-colored light appeared, the spiritual roots appeared. Please collect, recommend. Thank you. Chapter 83. According to the information they obtained, although Qianhuang Ancient City could comprehend the 5 elements, no one had been able to activate the 5 elements' spiritual roots in Qianhuang Ancient City. The spiritual roots that occupied the core of Qianhuang Ancient City, known as the Qianhuang Treasury, had never been opened before. And the scene before them was the legendary opening of the Qianhuang Treasury. How could Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui not be shocked? Could it be that someone had opened the Qianhuang Ancient City's treasury? Quick, let's go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Charge. In an instant, not only Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui, all the new disciples training in Qianhuang Ancient City crazily started to approach the core of the ancient city. Everyone knew what the opening of the Qianhuang treasury meant. Even if they couldn't obtain the 5 elements' spiritual roots, as long as they entered the core area of the treasury, they would naturally obtain endless benefits. Even if others ate the meat and they ate the soup, it would still be a huge harvest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light flashed as each of them raised their speed to the limit. The experts training in the core area, such as the Fierce Sun Hall's Zhao Yunfei, the Cold Moon Hall's Dongfang Jun, the Cold Star Hall's Bailey family's rank 9 Marshal King Bailey Yen, and the Lansang province's Zhuge Qingyun, all of them were abnormally excited as they immediately rushed over. What did the opening of the Qianhuang treasury mean? This was an ancient treasury. More importantly, there were 5 types of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Every spiritual root contained its basic attribute and derivative attribute. This was a peerless inheritance. As long as one obtained one of them, it meant that one could comprehend the energy derived from that attribute. Moreover, it would be the origin energy, the pinnacle of the 5 elements, compared to what Chun, Hao, and Helian Wuzi comprehended in the Origin Spirit Cave and the Heavenly Origin Cave. It was purer and stronger. As for these experts, they were the most outstanding of all the disciples participating in the trial. The 3 great palaces had a total of 1 rank 1 martial emperor and 3 rank 9 martial emperors. Even if the strongest Zhao Yunfei managed to snatch 2, Dongfang Jun, Bei Li Yin, and Zhuge Qingyun would be able to snatch 1 each. How could they not be excited? Resplendent rainbow-colored lights filled the world like a dream. As all the disciples madly converged towards the core of Xianhuang Ancient City, the aura of the nocturnal monster beasts also became more and more intense. As if they had been enticed by the opening of the mysterious yellow treasure vault, terrifying beastly roars resounded between heaven and earth. The already violently shaking ancient city was suddenly filled with dust and smoke. Bang! 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 The enormous and terrifying demon beasts actually no longer fought with the humans. Instead, they similarly chose to gather at the core of the ancient city. 7 colors were born, and the spirit root appeared. The disciples of the new show hall were not the only ones who went crazy. The demonic beasts also went crazy. Humans and beasts had their own paths. This was especially true for demonic beasts that were able to advance to the 5th level, which was the Emperor realm. Although they were not human, they were still living creatures that cultivated. They all possessed the intelligence of humans. The monster beasts that lived in the ruins of the Xianhuang ancient city were naturally aware of the value of the Xianhuang treasure vault. Who would give up? Moreover, everyone knew that once the mysterious yellow treasure vault and the 5 elemental spiritual roots were divided, the mysterious yellow ancient city's ruins would completely disappear. Because the foundation that supported and protected the existence of the mysterious yellow ancient city was the 5 elemental spiritual roots in the mysterious yellow treasure vault. Once the spiritual roots disappeared, the ancient ruins would lose its protection and naturally dissipate with the wind, turning into dust. The 7-colored light shrouded heaven and earth. The momentum was terrifying, and the rumbling tremors were still continuing. Everyone desperately increased their speed to the limit. The cultivators who were originally in the core area of the ancient city had already arrived at the center of the ancient city, the huge sealed palace that no one had ever set foot in before. At this moment, numerous figures and countless demonic beasts stood in front of the 4 gates of the palace. They each formed a camp, but there was no fighting. There was only a burning gaze. They were waiting for the 7-colored light that shrouded the entire palace to disappear. Once the light disappeared, the seal of the palace would be lifted, and the mysterious yellow treasure vault would be opened. The core palace, or rather, the mysterious yellow treasure vault, had a total of 5 gates. The east, west, south, and north corresponded to wood, metal, fire, and water. The central palace was for earth, and the earth gate was at the core above the palace. At this moment, under the resplendent 7-colored light, no one was able to reach the earth gate. The 4 gates were where all the humans and demonic beasts gathered. Zhao Yunfei, Dongfang Jun, Bei Li Yin, and Zhuge Qingyun had tacitly chosen one of the gates and stood at the very front of the gates. Moreover, no one dared to compete with them, especially Zhao Yunfei, who was a rank 1 martial emperor from the west gate. His tall and mighty figure emitted a frightening, oppressive might. He wore a long gown and stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered without wind, and with a slight sweep of his sharp gaze, those who wanted to approach him would all stop their steps. As for Dongfang Jun, who was also standing proudly at the south gate, as well as the 3 people from the Dongfang family, they all had arrogant expressions on their faces as they slowly swept their gazes across the crowd. All of you watch carefully. Dongfang Jun lowered his voice and said to the 3 people beside him, "Yes, boss. This time, they'll definitely appear." "That's not certain. Motherfucker, that coward is actually hiding somewhere. If he knows that we're here, perhaps he won't come out." "How could that be? The opening of the Xianhuang treasure vault is a great opportunity. I don't believe that they'll be able to endure it. Let's just wait." Dongfang Jun and the others spoke on the ground. In an entire month's time, they had used their fastest speed to rush to the Xianhuang ancient city and waited at the north gate for Chun, Hao, and the others. However, they didn't see them. After asking several disciples who entered from the east gate, they found out that Chun, Hao, and the others had used a strange method to enter the city. However, even after an entire month, they still hadn't found Chun, Hao, and the others. How could they not be depressed, especially the 2 who had their throats slit by Chun, Hao? They were gnashing their teeth in anger. The resplendent 7-colored light didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. After an entire hour, it still didn't weaken in the slightest. At this moment, almost all the cultivators and demonic beasts were surrounding the Xianhuang treasure vault. All of them were impatient. As for Dongfang Jun and the others who were destined to be the first to enter the treasure vault, they anxiously waited while looking for Chun, Hao, and the others. However, they found nothing. After all, there were 4 gates. It wasn't certain which gate Chun, Hao, and the others went to, and even if they went to the other 3 gates, they wouldn't be able to see them. It was easy to find them at this moment, but the Xianhuang treasure vault was obviously far more important than Chun, Hao, and the others. Who knew when the treasure vault would open? This was a race against time, and Dongfang Jun didn't want to delay. Half an hour later, 2 figures, who were more miserable than the rest of the crowd, arrived at the east gate. Their faces were black and dirty, their hair was messy, and their clothes were tattered. It was obvious that their injuries were not light, especially one of them. Although one of the figures looked like a little beggar, her graceful and exquisite figure could still be vaguely seen. Her pair of cold eyes were still beautiful. Junior sister Xiaowu, a surprised and pleasantly surprised voice suddenly sounded. "P.S. Please add it to your collection and recommend it. If you haven't added it yet, please add it to your collection. If you have recommended, please support Dark Mountain. It's not easy to write a new book. Please. Also, thank you for yesterday's passionate love, carrot, carrot, bookworm, low-key little demon, dream is already broken, comma, Luoshi, Daofing, ETU the Great, G780511, ton-level Uncle Rabbit, Harmless Donkey, Demon King's Tears, Broken Dreams, 88 Worlds, Blood Rain Soul-Suppressing Tablet. Sex is more intoxicating than wine. For Hidden Fragrance, 15 friends have sent their support. Thank you very much. Chapter 84. The 9th grade martial monarch Zhuge Qinyan was currently enjoying the glory and status brought by absolute strength. The handsome and imposing Zhuge Qinyan stood at the front of the east gate of the black-yellow treasury with his hands behind his back. He used his sharp gaze to block the crowd that wanted to approach. The only ones that could stand beside him were the 12 disciples from the Lansang province who had followed him into the Cold Star Palace. He was paying attention to every figure in the crowd, especially the ones that had just arrived, because he was also looking for the beautiful figure that had moved his heart. Although she didn't follow him to the Cold Star Palace, he would still encounter her when the three palaces were training together. Unfortunately, he didn't find her in this 1 month. However, he didn't give up, especially since the black-yellow treasury was about to open. He believed that Chun, Hao, and the other two would definitely come. If they could come to the East Gate, that would naturally be the best. When Helian Woozy and Mo Yui's figures appeared in his eyes, he slightly frowned, especially when he saw the pair of beautiful and cold eyes. He cried out in shock, "Quick, come to senior brother. How did you end up like this?" Zhuge Qingyun asked with concern. He didn't care about the gazes of the surrounding crowd. "Little Mo, I already told you to follow senior brother into the Cold Star Palace, but you didn't listen. Little Wu, are your injuries serious?" "Serves them right, they asked for it. Senior brother Qingyun is so good to her. Look at her. Isn't she just a little beautiful? How is she worthy of senior brother Qingyun?" That's right. When Zhuge Qingyun actually went straight for Helian Woozy and Mo Yui, the two female disciples who also came from the Lansong province revealed jealousy in their words as they spoke in a low voice. "It's fine, thank you," Helian Woozy said. She and Mo Yui were still recognized by Zhuge Qingyun in this state, which was out of their expectations. Although Helian Woozy knew that Zhuge Qingyun had feelings for her, she couldn't say anything about it. After all, Zhuge Qingyun wasn't like Dongfang Jun, who forced and threatened her. "Oh, where's Chun Hao? Why isn't he with you?" After entering the city, he separated from us to train, Helian Woozy casually said. Even she and Mo Yui didn't understand what Chun Hao was going to do. He only knew that Chun Hao had discovered something unusual. "This kid is too outrageous." Zhuge Qingyun lightly frowned as he spoke. He knew very well that the reason Helian Woozy didn't choose the Cold Star Hall was because of Chun Hao, and he was naturally displeased in his heart. "All right, junior sister Xiaowu, little Mo, the dark yellow treasure vault is about to open. Both of you follow by my side. With me here, no one will dare to fight for the East Gate with you." "No need. Let's go find boss." Before Helian Woozy could speak, Mo Yui said with a cold expression. Glancing at Helian Woozy, she took the lead and turned to walk towards the other door. Helian Woozy waved her hand at Zhuge Qingyun and followed Mo Yui without any hesitation, leaving behind an embarrassed Zhuge Qingyun. Boss, Chun Hao actually became their leader. Zhuge Qingyun's brows were tightly locked as he looked at the back view of the two of them, leaving without any hesitation. He didn't feel good in his heart. He really didn't understand what was wrong with him. Although Chun Hao's talent was astonishing, was he bad? Especially now, his strength was much stronger than Chun Hao. Furthermore, Chun Hao was only 13 years old. Although he had a steadiness and maturity that surpassed his peers, why did Mo Yui and Helian Woozy place such a little brat as their center? "Little Mo, isn't it good to follow them? He's not bad. Not good. He has thoughts about you and has opinions about boss." Mo Yui said directly. After a slight pause, he looked at Helian Woozy and continued, "I can feel that the one you like is boss. Therefore, we can't accept his kindness." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Helian Woozy's beautiful eyes suddenly glared as she spoke angrily. Her little face felt hot. Fortunately, her face was full of stains. Otherwise, who knew how red it would be? "He's a bastard, a 13-year-old brat. How can I like him?" Mo Yui grinned, which was a rare sight. He glanced at Helian Woozy and directly changed the topic. "Could boss be here?" Helian Woozy glared fiercely at Mo Yui, but after a moment, she put away the intention to debate and said, "No, if he comes out, he will definitely come to us. He should still be at the bottom of the river. Then you walk behind me. Let's hurry to the other gates and don't meet Dongfang Jun and the others. Moe said, this seven-colored light seems to contain a magical power. I feel that my injuries are recovering faster. What about you? Helian Woozy asked. Me too. This should be the power of the 5 elements' spiritual roots. Let's go, let's find an entrance and recover before the treasury opens. An hour later, the resplendent rainbow-colored radiance finally began to slowly weaken. The crowd and beasts that had long since become impatient instantly became restless. They all approached the 4 gates, and even Zhao Yunfei and the other experts were unable to completely stop them. The tremors and roars from the ground also gradually subsided as the 7-colored light weakened. Rumble, when the 7-colored light that shrouded the entire sealed palace completely dissipated, the closed gates suddenly rumbled open to both sides. It's open, let's go! Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the figures of both humans and beasts seemed to have gone crazy. In an instant, Yuan power erupted violently. Countless figures mustered all their strength and transformed into streaks of flowing light that swiftly charged into the treasury. Zhao Yunfei, Dongfang Jun, and the other masters immediately turned into streams of flowing light and rushed directly to the core of the palace. Although they wanted very much to take all the treasures and treasures in the entire palace, it was obviously impossible. Therefore, they could only aim for the most important 5 elements' spiritual roots. As for the disciples with weaker cultivations, the moment they entered the treasury, they scattered in all directions. They wanted the meat, but they were destined to not be able to obtain it. Therefore, searching for other treasures and spiritual herbs was the most practical choice. Even Helian Woozy and Mo Yui had the same idea. No way? The moment they entered the treasury, everyone was shocked. From the outside, this sealed palace was only a giant palace that was 1 kilometer long and wide. But after entering, it was like a different world. Looking up, it was gray and hazy. They couldn't see the top at a glance. And inside the palace, there were countless small palaces, which were unimaginably huge. It was simply like a huge city. How was this possible? How did it become like this? Most of the people were naturally shocked. They couldn't imagine how a small palace could become such a huge city. But the disciples of the 3 major families of the Jinyuan kingdom, Zhao family, Dongfang family, and Bailey family, became abnormally excited. Space law. The palace of this black-yellow treasure vault actually contained the space law that only the martial gods who had transcended the 5 elements and jumped out of yin and yang could condense, turning a foot into the horizon, condensing a square inch into heaven and earth. What did this mean? It meant that the value of this black-yellow treasure vault was far beyond their estimation. It meant that they would gain even more. No one knew that in the underground palace under the black-yellow treasure vault, a figure was sitting cross-legged. His entire body was shrouded in an extremely thick 7-colored light. When the black-yellow treasure vault opened and the 7-colored light disappeared, this figure was still shrouded in a thick 7-colored light. No one would have thought that this figure was the source of the 7-colored light. It was only at this time that the 7-colored light that seemed to be emitted from his body slowly weakened and dissipated. After a few minutes later than the outside world, the moment the 7-colored light completely disappeared, the space around him suddenly distorted. Then, his figure disappeared without a trace. Please recommend. Thank you. Chapter 85. Outside, the mysterious yellow treasure vault. While everyone was madly rushing into the mysterious yellow treasure vault, no one noticed that just after they rushed in, the space outside the mysterious yellow treasure vault suddenly fluctuated slightly, and then a figure quietly appeared. This figure was Chun Hao, who had sneaked under the ancient city for a whole month. 1 month, for a whole month, Chun Hao could be said to have paid a price that ordinary people could not imagine. Now that he thought about it, Chun Hao felt a sense of relief and a little fear. Fortunately, he came out alive. After obtaining the most precious thing in the mysterious yellow ancient city, he was teleported out of the underground palace by a mysterious array and arrived outside the mysterious yellow treasure vault. The mysterious yellow treasure vault, Chun Hao's dark eyes flashed with a faint seven-colored light, and his handsome face shone with a trace of excitement as he said in his mind, "Where are Xiaowu and Xiaoma? Guide me." "Okay." The treasure-hunting sword spirit's voice carried a trace of excitement and said in Chun Hao's mind. This time, Chun Hao's harvest was undoubtedly huge, but the treasure-hunting sword spirit's harvest was not small either. At least after his divine soul absorbed the residual world energy underground, his spirit was condensed and strengthened by more than 100 times. With the treasure-hunting sword spirit's words, suddenly a fluctuation similar to the time when he found the elixir clearly appeared in Chun Hao's mind. Chun Hao's figure flickered and suddenly rushed to the north gate of the treasure vault as fast as lightning. Whoosh whoosh! Although Helian Woozy and Mo Yui were bathed in the seven-colored light and only had more than half an hour to heal, they had already recovered to their peak state. The moment the two of them rushed into the treasury, they were similarly incomparably shocked. However, they did not delay and used their fastest speed to choose a direction and rushed over like lightning. With such a huge space, even if they were not strong, they would most likely be able to obtain a great harvest. After a while, when they saw that the crowd had chosen a small palace and started to break down the doors, the two of them didn't get greedy and continued to go deeper. They also arrived in front of a small palace. There were 2 huge stone doors, emitting a cold aura. In the end, the two of them chose to enter through the north gate. The entire area seemed to be shrouded in mist and ice. Clearly, the entire treasury was divided according to the energy pattern of the 5 elements. Ah, what a powerful restriction! "Everyone, let's work together to break it." Hearing loud shouts from afar, Helian Woozy and Mo Yui knew that the huge stone door in front of them definitely couldn't be opened that easily. But what made the two of them pleasantly surprised was that when Helian Woozy brandished her slender jade-like palm, gathered all of her strength, and slammed her palm onto the stone door, there was actually a loud rumbling sound, and the door was easily broken open. A thick and cold heaven and earth's spiritual chi immediately rushed towards him. The aura of black ice chi? Helian Woozy's mind trembled slightly, and she immediately took the lead to rush in. Ah, what is this? What made Helian Woozy and Mo Yui, who was shivering from head to toe, surprised was that the floor of this small palace was actually covered with mysterious runes. In the middle of the runes, there were 8 ice crystal-like balls that emitted traces of blue light and were only the size of dates. The 8 balls were arranged in a very regular circle, and in the middle of them hung an ice-blue, jade-like object. What a powerful energy fluctuation! Mo Yui, who was shivering from head to toe from the cold, said with a trace of surprise and excitement. Ever since Chun Hao reminded him to resist the cold aura, no matter how cold it was, this guy didn't use any elemental power to resist anymore. It should be a very high-grade elixir. Helian Woozy also said excitedly. The two of them stared fixedly at the elixir and jade-like objects that were emitting powerful energy fluctuations. They almost didn't dare to believe that such a small palace that was so easily broken open actually had such precious things. Although the two of them didn't know what the balls and jade-like objects were, they knew that their value was definitely higher than a level 6 elixir. Seeing such precious things for the first time, how could the two of them not be shocked? Bang, bang. bang. Quick, the door is open. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and voices could be heard, waking up the two people who were still in shock. Quickly put them away. Someone's coming. Mo, Yui said with a trace of panic. Hellion Woozy, who was in front, immediately put the 8 elixirs and jade-like objects into her bosom. When Hellion Woozy just put them away, a few people had already rushed in. After seeing Mo, Yui, and Hellion Woozy, the youth in the front immediately frowned. Then his face flashed with a trace of excitement and arrogance and said, "You two, hand over the treasures you've collected." The two of them made a total of 4 people. The leader's body flashed with boundless brown elemental power. Clearly, he was a level 4 Martial King or higher. The other 3 people's auras were slightly weaker, but clearly they were also level 3 Martial Kings. As the leader spoke, the other 3 people already blocked the entrance of the palace. "This is the stone door that we broke open. Why should we give it to you?" Mo, Yui immediately said coldly, "Why? Because we're stronger than you. The strong are respected. Our Royal New Show Hall has never prohibited fighting during the trials. If you're strong enough, of course it's yours. But it's ours now. Don't waste time. Obediently hand it over." Boom, boom. Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui looked at each other and crazily gathered their auras at the same time. In an instant, Hellion Woozy's body emitted an extremely cold elemental power fluctuation, while Mo Yui's aura was like an incomparably sharp sword. HM? Seeing the two's appearance, the youth in the front frowned slightly. Earlier, he had already sensed that the 2 people in front of him were covered in dirt, and their auras were far weaker than theirs. But at this moment, after the 2 burst out without holding back, his gaze focused. Immediately, he carefully looked at Hellion Woozy and said, "You two are Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui, personally selected by President Fang Yuan of Lansong Province." Back then, Chen Hao, Hellion Woozy, and Mo Yui were the last to choose their palaces, and Huang Qi had even specially introduced them. Thus, the disciples of the 3 palaces basically all knew Hellion Woozy. If not for Hellion Woozy's current appearance being so terrible, perhaps everyone would have recognized her. So what if we are? So what if we aren't? Mo, Yui coldly said. "Hee, fighting with a beauty is indeed not good. But you're clearly a dish that I can't eat. It doesn't matter. Our new show hall has never prohibited fighting. What's more," as the leader spoke, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he coldly said, "Close the door." Boom, boom. The other 3 immediately closed the stone door as fast as lightning. At this moment, that guy continued, "Even if we kill you, no one will know. It seems like you have to die too. Hellion Woozy. Haha. Although snatching your things doesn't violate the rules of the new show hall, you're now a famous beauty in our new show hall. How many people are drooling over you? Haha. If you become some chief disciple's woman in the future, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry, I'll very gently kill. Shameless. Fight it out with them." Hellion Woozy and Mo Yui attacked almost at the same time. Even they didn't expect the other party to be so vicious and vicious, especially Hellion Woozy, who was both ashamed and furious. Femme fatale. Was she really the femme fatale mentioned by Chen Hao? Why didn't she meet any good people? If she was just an ordinary-looking girl, they would at most snatch her things and wouldn't be so ruthless. Berserk ice energy and sharp sword light attacked these 4 shameless people as fast as lightning. So what if they were 3rd grade and 4th grade Martial Kings? They originally didn't intend to give in. At this moment, not only did these 4 people want to snatch the treasure, they also wanted to kill them. Other than fighting with their lives, what else could they do? Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui were surrounded by the four people and fought together. Although the two of them had undergone Shenhao's special training, and their battle strength had increased tremendously, and they also had the ability to challenge those of a higher level, facing four experts who were 2 or even 3 grades higher than them. They were completely suppressed in an instant. The feeling of approaching death enveloped the two of them. P.S. Please add, recommend, thank you. Thank you to yesterday's passionate love carrot. A dream back to old scenes, Sakura dance. A startling image comes in a dream. A dream is already in a dream, for their support. Chapter 86. Helian Wuzi's extremely cold and delicate shouts continued. Mo Yui's low and deep roars were like that of a ferocious beast. Although the two of them were already completely suppressed, their gazes became more and more cold and fierce. Their fighting spirit also became stronger and stronger. This made the four people who were clearly stronger than the two of them feel extremely shocked. Helian Wuzi's graceful and exquisite body was like a weapon from head to toe. She was incomparably fierce and had no scruples at all. She was completely fighting without regard for her life. Mo Yui's sword light was direct, violent, and fierce. He actually completely gave up on defense and only attacked. Every sword was aimed at the vital points. The two of them looked like they were possessed by a demon. A battle is a battle. At any moment, you have to maintain the calmest mind. In the shortest time, you have to make the most accurate judgment and launch the most appropriate attack. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer you have to be. There are no rules in a battle. There are only victory and defeat and life and death. Many people don't have the courage to try and also won't think of such a method. I don't want you to try it easily, but you have to have this courage and thinking, especially when facing a life and death situation. You have to have the courage to cut off your wrist. Using small to win big is success. It may seem insignificant, but this glimmer of hope may be your chance of survival. In front of absolute power, everything is fleeting clouds. But in front of similar power, skill can allow you to overcome 1,000 caddies with little effort. Not only do you have to get used to my whimsical and even shameless way of attacking, you also have to learn it. Any weakness of human nature can be exploited to the extreme. The unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. The reckless are afraid of the reckless. Pay attention to momentum. At any time, you can't lose momentum. When you risk your life spirit to suppress the opponent's momentum, you will discover that there is an unexpected effect. The enemy is just a paper tiger. No one knew that at this very moment, Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui, these two people who had once enjoyed Shenhao's cruel and torturous special training for more than a month, finally displayed strength that completely surpassed their realm. Chun, how repeatedly emphasized the training content to them. It was as if it was ringing in their minds all the time. It made the two of them forget about life and death, forget about honor and disgrace. There was only one obsession in their hearts, and that was to defeat the vicious villain in front of them. This was their only chance of survival. Poof! Bang! A rank 3 Martial King's Berserk Origin power landed squarely on Mo Yui's shoulder. In an instant, Mo Yui was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. However, the instant Mo Yui was sent flying, scarlet blood shot out from his throat under the terrified gaze of that rank 3 martial monarch. A swordsman never leaves his sword, but Mo Yui forcibly used his body to bear the force of the opponent's palm, and threw out the sword that he used as a perfect lover, cutting the opponent's throat in one strike. Roar! When Mo Yui fiercely hit the wall and fell to the ground, he actually let out a beast-like roar. He completely disregarded the fact that he could no longer lift his body and crazily rushed up again. Fourth brother. The other three could never have imagined that one of them would actually die. They had died at the hands of two rank 1 martial monarchs. At this moment, while they were terrified, they were also completely enraged, especially the rank 4 martial monarch in the lead. In an instant, he raised his origin power to the limit. The resplendent brown light turned into countless terrifying palm images, fiercely slapping towards Mo Yui, who was charging at him like a wild beast. Little Mo. Hellion Woozy instantly cried out. She was very clear why Mo Yui was so crazy just now, because if Mo Yui had not suddenly attacked at all costs, the one who would have been seriously injured or even killed would have been Hellion Woozy. And now, Mo Yui was crazily rushing over again, also to help her out of this situation. Die. All of you must die. Following the rank 4 martial monarch's angry roar, Hellion Woozy's eyes widened in fright. She even forgot about the two people who were attacking her. Her expression was lifeless. She knew that, for her sake, Mo Yui was it was over. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying roar came from the stone door that had been closed. Rubble flew everywhere as a figure rushed in like lightning and blocked in front of Mo Yui, sending out a palm strike. At the same time, Mo Yui's crazily rushing figure seemed to have crashed into layers of waves, causing him to be unable to release any power and was forced to stop. What shocked him was that the power did not harm him in the slightest. Idiot, dodge! A light shout came from that figure's mouth. At the same time, a swift and fierce blade light suddenly shot out from his hand like lightning. No one could see his movements clearly. Boom! Just as the incoming person's palm power collided with the rank 4 martial monarch's attack, that swift and fierce blade light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a beautiful afterimage, attacking the other two people who were attacking Hellion Woozy. Poo-pee-you! 2 spurts of blood splashed out, and that rank 4 martial monarch was like a kite with a broken string, flying out with a speed even faster than Mo Yui's. Before he even hit the wall, that cold blade light seemed to be alive, agile, faintly discernible, but as fast as lightning, it strangely turned in the air and once again slashed across the rank 4 martial monarch's throat. Everything was like lightning sparks. That shout of "Idiot! Dodge!" made the dazed Hellion Woozy float to the side without any hesitation. When her footsteps stopped, the place where she was originally standing already resounded with a violent explosion of origin power. But everything ended here. The battle situation changed. In an instant. Are you stupid? What did I say to you? Being stupid and distracted in the middle of a battle? How many lives do you have? Chun Hao scolded as he pointed at Hellion Woozy, whose expression was full of surprise and excitement. Just as he finished scolding, he turned to look at Mo Yui. Are you an idiot? I said to let you know how to injure yourself, but I didn't say to use death to kill the enemy. You rushing like this, is it to save her? Look at her stupid and idiotic appearance. Boss, Mo Yui acted as if he didn't hear Chun Hao's scolding. His expression was emotional as he looked at Chun Hao, who was like an immortal flying from the heavens, who arrived just in time before he died. Hellion Woozy opened her mouth to speak. What about me? Chun Hao seemed to be very angry. His eyes were full of anger as he looked at the two people. But looking at Hellion Woozy's black face, which was about to cry, he didn't continue scolding. After a slight pause, he said, "Come with me." Chun Hao grabbed Hellion Woozy with one hand and carried the seriously injured Mo Yui with the other. He rushed out of the palace as fast as lightning. A life for a life. This was the rule of the Royal News Show Hall. Even if Chun Hao and the other two were acting in self-defense, it would still be troublesome if they were discovered. Moreover, they couldn't explain it clearly. Helian Wuzi was pulled by Chun Hao. She didn't need to use her own strength, nor did she have time to use her strength. She felt as if she had turned into a cool breeze. Her speed was astonishing, but she was graceful and silent. Her beautiful eyes contained a trace of sparkling and translucent light. She stared at the figure slightly in front of her. Her heart was filled with grievance, gratitude, and surprise. She hadn't seen him for a month, and his strength had actually increased to such a level. A fourth-grade martial emperor was directly sent flying by him. Moreover, he used that strange and stunning blade strike. It was as if it was easier than killing chickens, and he directly took care of the three strong enemies who were about to take her and Mo Yui's lives, and Mo Yui, who was held horizontally by Chun Hao, was even more shocked, happy, and ashamed. He was shocked that his boss's strength had actually become so valiant. He was happy that a vigorous energy, which was completely different from Yuanli, was pouring into his dantian from Chun Hao's palm. He was ashamed that he didn't do it well enough. P.S. Brothers and sisters who have finished reading, please help to recommend this to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 87. Please add, recommend. Thank you. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. If those four fellows only wanted to steal things, then it would have been fine. But because they were afraid of Helian Wuzi's revenge after climbing up to a higher branch, they wanted to kill her to silence her. But in the end, at the moment when they were about to succeed, they didn't even know what was going on and died without knowing who killed them. Chun Hao brought Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui. Like a ghost, they quickly distanced themselves from that troublesome place. After confirming that they weren't discovered by anyone, his taut face finally relaxed. He found a secluded corner and let out a long sigh of relief. He released the two of them. With a cold face, he unquestionably said, "Sit cross-legged. I'll help you heal your injuries." As he spoke, Chun Hao stretched out his hands and pressed on Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui's vital points. Vigorous and majestic Yuan power seemed to contain a trace of strange energy, and it surged into the two people's bodies. Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui wanted to say something, but they could only shut their mouths. A trace of gratitude flashed in their eyes, and they slowly closed their eyes. They knew very well how precious time was now. When the black-yellow treasure house opened, who wasn't desperately searching for treasures? But Chun Hao didn't even frown and used his own Yuan power to help them heal their injuries. What shocked the two of them even more was that under the control of Chun Hao's origin energy that contained a strange energy, the two of them noticed that their injuries were actually recovering at an extremely shocking speed, and it was a few times better than the effects of the rainbow-colored light from before. Let's go. In a short 10 minutes, Helian Wuzi, who was lightly injured, had completely recovered. Mo Yui, except for the bone fracture in his left shoulder, had basically recovered. At least his movement was no longer hindered. At this moment, Chun Hao let go of the two people and said directly, although the two people had a lot of questions, they knew that this wasn't the time to ask. Plundering the treasures was the most important thing. Bang, bang, bang. This is ours. Who dares to snatch it? Roar. The sound of chaos could be heard everywhere. People were fighting with each other, and people were fighting with beasts. Because of the discovery of the treasures, it completely intensified and broke out. Small teams of similar strength fought until their heads bled. Crazy and chaotic, with such a huge treasury and countless palaces, it was reasonable for everyone to be busy with their own business and make a fortune. There was no reason for them to start fighting over the treasures before the doors of many palaces were even broken open. The reason was simple. The gates of these palaces all contained extremely powerful restrictions. Breaking the restrictions seemed to require a lot of strength and luck. So many people had no choice but to team up temporarily. When they discovered that someone had broken into the palaces, they would rush in like a swarm of bees. It was also because of this reason that Helian Woozy and Mo Yui were robbed. Passing through the noisy crowd, Chun Hao led the two of them straight into the depths. Just a little deeper, it's not too far away. In Chun Hao's mind, treasure hunting's sword spirit, whose soul had been greatly restored, did not completely conceal itself. Instead, it occasionally spoke in Chun Hao's mind. He sensed the location of the palace with greater fluctuations and guided Chun Hao. Although the black-yellow treasury was nothing compared to the treasury that treasure hunting's sword spirit had seen before, it was different now. The master had become Chun Hao, a brat who had just made his debut. It could be said that he was poor. This mysterious yellow treasure vault was undoubtedly an incomparably huge fortune. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chun Hao finally brought the two of them no longer deeper and came to the door of a huge palace. As they approached the door, Mo Yui and Helian Woozy discovered that this door was actually a blue crystal that emitted a cold light. It was obviously much stronger than the door they broke open. There was no need to guess. There must be more treasures inside, and they must be stronger. Chun Hao stopped, and his eyes shone with a bright light. He stared for a moment, and then he exhaled and slapped a mysterious rune on the giant door. Bang! Streaks of icy blue light shone from the door. Chun Hao's figure retreated rapidly, but he suddenly closed in again and continuously struck out with his palms. Bang, bang, bang. When Chun Hao slapped the ninth palm, the icy blue light emitted by the rune became incomparably strong and began to tremble violently. Finally, with a kacha sound, it burst open. Rumble, following the explosion of the rune, the thick and heavy ice crystal door finally slowly opened. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly rushed out. Just this aura alone made Helian Woozy and Mo Yui shocked. "Let's go." Chun Hao stepped in, and it was as if he had entered a world of ice crystals. Inside the palace, icy blue light was emitted everywhere. The four walls, the roof, and the floor were covered with all kinds of mysterious runes. There were hundreds of jujube-sized balls. Some were icy blue and crystal clear, some were lighter in color, and there were faint ripples of water. There were also some that contained a grayish, smoke-like energy fluctuation. Each of them was fixed at the core of the rune, and in the center of the palace, there was a fist-sized emerald green ball floating in the air, emitting a blurred and dreamy light. Quickly collected, water, ice, and fog energy condensed into elixirs. The water crystal in the middle is priceless. The treasure-hunting sword spirit said excitedly in Chun Hao's mind. "Quickly collect it." Chun Hao immediately said to Helian Woozy and Mo Yui. As he spoke, he took the lead and activated an invisible mental strength between his eyebrows. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the three figures flashed quickly and collected the elixirs one by one. In just a few breaths' time, they had collected all the elixirs. Boss, 18 elixirs, 26 elixirs, a total of 108 elixirs, and one water crystal. At this time, Chun Hao's mouth revealed an excited smile and said, "Collect them all first. Let's go." The three of them moved at lightning speed. Under Chun Hao's strange and powerful energy, the doors didn't pose any difficulty at all. They began to loot the treasury as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Moreover, Chun Hao seemed to know which palace had the highest value. Every time, he would go straight to the main palace. There were even some palaces that seemed huge, but he didn't stop at all. As the harvest increased, Helian Woozy and Mo Yui's eyes were filled with excitement. The bags made of special materials that they received from the Royal New Show Hall gradually bulged up. This made the two excited people worried like nouveau riche. Even when they were running, they covered their bags, as if they were afraid that someone would find them and rob them. Bang, bang, bang. How can this seal be so powerful? While Chun Hao and the others were crazily plundering at the core of the mysterious yellow treasury, there was a huge palace that looked like the entire mysterious yellow treasury. It had 5 doors, and anyone could see that this was the most important part of the mysterious yellow treasury. After entering the mysterious yellow treasury, they didn't stop at all. Zhao Yunfei, Dongfang Jun, Bailey Yen, and Zhuge Qingyun, who rushed over, were burning with anxiety. With the strength of the 4, naturally, no one dared to compete with them for the 5 elements' spiritual roots. What made the 4 even happier was that even some powerful demonic beasts didn't come over. However, at this moment, an entire hour had passed. The 4 martial emperors and their followers had used all their strength, but they were unable to break open the door to the core palace. Even Zhao Yunfei's group of martial emperors could not do it. They felt as if they could not even budge the door a little bit, thinking about how the others were harvesting the treasures while they still didn't get anything. Who wouldn't be anxious? What was going on? P.S. If you have finished reading, please help me recommend this. Thank you. Thank you for yesterday's passionate love, carrot carrot. Tomorrow after Amagri Dehen, Vegetable Bun 55555, Wicked Young Master, Naughty Watermelon, Dream is already CWJ 88 for your tips. Thank you. Chapter 88. Please recommend me. Thank you. After 2 whole hours, the 4 parties had no choice but to work together to break the door. But the result was still tragic. They were already impatient and finally didn't want to waste any more time here. They turned their target to the countless small palaces. The water attribute area is almost done. Let's go to the other areas. When the 4 of them started to loot the small palaces, Chun Hao's group had already opened more than a dozen of the more valuable palaces in the water attribute area. Although there were still quite a number of valuable palaces, they were all occupied by beasts and crowds. Chun Hao decisively chose to give them up. After all, until now, they had only obtained water attribute spirit herbs. They had not obtained anything from the central earth attribute, and the other 3 gold, wood, and fire attribute spirit herbs. The 3 of them ran all the way. Probably because of excitement, Helian Woozy and Mo Yui ran much faster than usual and followed closely behind Chun Hao's pace. 6 hours later, the sky was slightly bright. Chun Hao, Helian Woozy, and Mo Yui's bags were bulging with excitement. The bountiful harvest was far more than the others. After a whole night of plundering, even if the restriction was difficult to open, it couldn't withstand the madness of everyone. The huge Xianhuang treasure vault, except for the area near the core palace, was almost completely plundered. Everyone also began to gather in the core area, not to compete with the experts they couldn't resist. It was no problem to watch the fun. And at this moment, almost everyone had more or less gained something, so they were very vigilant and tried their best to go to lively places with more people to avoid encountering evil schemes. And those powerful demonic beasts seemed to be restricted by the laws of Xianhuang Ancient City. When the sky brightened, they had no choice but to quickly rush out of Xianhuang Ancient City. The restriction of the core palace has indeed loosened, just when Chun Hao and the other 2 couldn't find anything to gain. The voice of the treasure-hunting sword spirit sounded in Chun Hao's mind. It loosened Chen Hao smiled slightly, and his face shone with a touch of confidence. Yes, you're really amazing, kid. How did you know that the restriction of the core palace will only loosen when all the palaces are broken? Do you think I've been relying on luck for the past month? Although the formations of all the palaces here are self-contained, they are also connected. Although I haven't figured out the mysteries of the formations yet, I can still see that. I can sense that there are several good treasures in the core palace. What treasure? Chun Hao asked, or Five Elements Spirit Dan, and Spar? No, it's a few spirit treasures. Although they're very ordinary, at least they're not bad for the current you. They're worth more than the sum of the 5 elements spirit herbs you've obtained. Are you sure? Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Of course. How could the treasure-seeking artifact spirit's detection be fake? You're not thinking of going, are you? Nonsense. Don't tell me you don't want me to go? Ahem. I didn't want you to go. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I don't want you to blame me if you find out that someone else has obtained an enormous treasure. Although your strength has increased tremendously, the disparity between your strength and that of a rank 9 martial monarch is still too great. Your flying dagger that can instantly kill a rank 4 martial monarch probably won't even be able to break his protective aura. Humph, so what if I can't break it? Do you think a rank 9 martial monarch can kill me? That's not possible. Then why are you still talking nonsense? After Chen Hao finished speaking in his mind, he looked directly at Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui and said, "Let's go to the core area to take a look." Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui were both shocked. What? Will act according to the circumstances. After the core palace of the treasury opens, this trial will end early. Even if Dongfang Jun is extremely daring, he won't dare to do anything to us in front of so many disciples. Besides, I'm not afraid of him. Boss, what rank have you advanced to? Looking at Chun Hao's confident and arrogant appearance, Mo Yui couldn't help but ask. Helian Wuzi also stared at Chun Hao curiously. Chun Hao, who was in a happy mood because of the great harvest, looked at Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui's appearance that couldn't be seen at all, especially Helian Wuzi, who was supposed to have a beautiful little face. Chun Hao suddenly had the urge to laugh and felt a little proud. A young girl, especially a beautiful young girl, would be very protective and cherish her appearance. But Helian Wuzi, because of his instructions, made her face like this. It was really rare. My rank isn't important. What's important is that a rank 9 martial monarch can't do anything to me. Okay, let's go. Oh, you can wash your faces. We'll go openly, Chen Hao said. As the 3 of them stopped hiding their tracks and swaggered towards the core palace, they met more and more disciples who were gathering towards the core palace. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful and terrifying attacks came from all around the core palace. Obviously, Zhao Yunfei and the other 3 experts had returned to the 4 big doors and started to break them. What made them happy was that the originally motionless doors finally showed signs of loosening at this moment. Even the top of the palace made a rumbling sound. Obviously, the earth door at the top was no longer like the outside of the Xianhuang treasury, which was protected by 7-colored light. It was also the target of everyone's fighting. Moreover, the number of people who reached the top was undoubtedly the most, because there were no 4 experts guarding the top. Wow, Helian Wuzi. Isn't that Helian Wuzi? What a miserable appearance. I feel pity for her. She's really beautiful. It's a pity that Dongfang Jun took a fancy to her. We don't have a chance anymore. It's said that Dongfang Jun once invited Helian Wuzi to join the Dongfang family's team, but was rejected. Did you see that? That Chun Hao is the boss of the 3 of them. It's said that he even injured Dongfang Ying and Dongfang Jia. Are you bragging? Dongfang Ying and Dongfang Jia are both peak rank 4 martial monarchs. Although their ranks aren't high, the fighting power of the Dongfang family's disciples is quite strong. Moreover, it's said that Chun Hao just advanced to rank 1 martial monarch and obtained the qualification to participate in the trial. It's definitely true. It was the disciples of the Cold Moon Hall who saw it. When we just entered the Xianhuang ancient city, didn't you hear that the Dongfang family's people were looking for Chun Hao and Helian Wuzi? They're actually that strong? Yeah, look, their bags are all bulging. It's obvious that they've hunted as many demonic beasts as us. How can their strength be weak? When Chun Hao and the other two arrived in front of a large door, Helian Wuzi, who had already washed off the dirt on her face, revealed her beautiful little face. Although her clothes were still like that of a little beggar, her beautiful and cold face still attracted the attention of many disciples and caused them to discuss. Even Chun Hao and Mo Yui became the focus of everyone. After a while, Chun Hao became the subject of heated discussion. However, if these people knew that there were only a few demonic beast cores in their bags, and that they were mostly precious spiritual herbs and crystal stones, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Of course, it would be normal for them to fight over it. In the face of everyone's discussion, Chun Hao didn't care in the slightest. However, Helian Wuzi slightly frowned. Her expression was ice cold, and she even secretly glanced at Chun Hao. At this moment, this girl's mind was only filled with the 4 words that Chun Hao had said to her, femme fatale. She even regretted washing off the dirt on her face. Fortunately, Chun Hao didn't reveal anything, which made her feel slightly relieved. The people who were attacking the door were Chun Hao and the other two's acquaintances, Zhuge Qingyun's group. As for the others, they were watching from afar. Most of them were disciples of rank 2 to rank 4 martial monarchs. Obviously, they all had the mood of watching a good show and didn't have the slightest intention of fighting over it. It couldn't be helped that they weren't strong enough. They didn't even have the ability to climb to the top of the palace. Without the strength of a rank 5 martial monarch, they wouldn't be able to climb to the top of the palace that was over 10 zhang tall. Otherwise, they would have tried their luck. As for the slightly stronger groups, they had already climbed to the top of the palace that didn't have the 4 great expert groups. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the door that Zhuge Qingyun and the others were using brute force to attack was getting looser and looser, Chun Hao knew that it wouldn't be long before it would be broken open. He raised his head and muttered to himself for a while, then suddenly said, "Come, let's go up." Students who have finished reading, please recommend this to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 89. Please add recommend. Thank you for yesterday's reward. 588 Qijin coins, 200 Qijin coins, 100 Qijin coins from Feng Beiyi, 300 Qijin coins, 300 Qijin coins, 300 Qijin coins. Thank you. The top floor of the palace seemed to be at least 10 feet high, and there was no place to borrow strength. Chun Hao directly grabbed Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui's little hands, one on the left and one on the right. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui were already prepared. When Chun Hao's surging origin power entered their bodies, the 3 of them exerted their strength at the same time, and 3 explosions sounded from under their feet. Even they want to go up. Many people in the crowd began to mock him, but they immediately shut their mouths in shock. Chun Hao and the other 2 landed on the edge of the roof without any suspense, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. How is this possible? Rank 4 Martial King. Then Chun Hao has already advanced to rank 4 Martial King, but Chun Hao's boundless brown origin power was clearly the sign of a rank 4 Martial King. Just this alone was enough to shock everyone. What was even more shocking was that it was already very difficult for a rank 4 Martial King to reach the top, but he actually brought two people who were clearly rank 1 Martial Kings to the top at the same time. 3 months ago, he was still a martial master. Moreover, he was the lowest-ranked martial master among the new disciples of the imperial family's new Excellence Hall. He was already a rank 4 Martial King. This kind of speed of improvement was too shocking, especially since everyone present was a rare genius in Genuine Kingdom. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of figures gathered at the center of the roof, and they were all wildly attacking. It was extremely chaotic. Obviously, the teams on the roof couldn't do anything to each other. They were like a group of dragons without a leader. Don't hold back. If we break through together, we'll all get a share. The 5 elements' spiritual roots must be in this hall. Other than the 4 experts, who will definitely get 4, we'll compete fairly for the other one. One of them shouted. Most of them were rank 5 and 6 Martial Kings, and only 3 were rank 7 Martial Kings. The 3 of us will also join. At this moment, Chun Hao's clear voice sounded, and the aura around him suddenly soared violently. Chun Hao knew that although this group of people had no leader, they did not have the strength to contend with him, so they would not be able to join at all. Therefore, before anyone could react to who had arrived, Chun Hao had already displayed his strength. Following Chun Hao's words, he leapt high into the air above the Earth Gate. His palms contained a terrifying amount of energy, and at the same time, a strange energy filled them as he slammed them down. Boom. Due to the addition of Chun Hao's terrifying palm, the door that was originally trembling suddenly exploded with a loud bang and began to tremble violently. The powerful recoil caused Chun Hao's body to rise up by 3 zhang. But before he landed, Chun Hao exhaled once again and shouted, "Boom, boom, boom. Everyone, let's work together. What are you waiting for?" Under everyone's shocked gazes, Chun Hao did not even touch the ground as he continued to attack. At the same time, his arrogant voice brought everyone back to their senses. No one said anything. Everyone could see that Chun Hao's strength was much stronger than theirs. Other than shock, there was still more shock. Boom, boom, boom. Tacitly acknowledging Chun Hao's existence, everyone attacked violently again. Chun Hao did not expose too much of his strength. Like everyone else, he used brute force. However, he integrated a faint trace of earth attribute energy into his attacks, which doubled the power of his attacks. Boom! When a terrifying sound suddenly exploded, the loosened door finally broke open. Billowing dust and smoke rose, accompanied by bright and sharp rays of light that soared into the sky. The Earth Gate was actually the first to open. At the same time, because the Earth Gate was broken, the other 4 gates that had been loosened for a long time also opened because the 5 elements were broken. Ah, what a powerful aura! Charge! Charge, charge, charge! The sharp aura and bright rays of light that escaped from the palace instantly ignited everyone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, it was a crazy situation. Even if the followers of the other 4 sects were blocking the entrance, they were unable to stop the madness of the crowd. The situation was completely out of control. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, figures rushed into the palace. A dazzling 7-colored light barrier appeared in front of everyone. Within the light barrier, what was out of everyone's expectations was that it was not the 5 elements' spiritual roots that they knew from the information. Instead, it was 5 different colored treasured swords that were emitting bright rays of light. They were suspended in the east, west, south, north, and middle directions, respectively. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the 5 treasured swords. Mo Yui, who loved swords as much as his life, locked his eyes onto the golden sword that was emitting a powerful aura. But Chun Hao's gaze was locked onto the 5 floating swords. It was not eye-catching and did not even have a trace of light. Spiritual treasure. It's definitely a spiritual treasure. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. These 5 treasured swords had obviously exceeded the level of ordinary iron. Fire sword, earth sword, Zhao Yunfei want them. Whoever snatches them shall die. The tall, mighty, and strongest Zhao Yunfei's domineering voice resounded in the entire palace as he announced the ownership of the 2 treasured swords. The golden sword is mine, Dongfang Jun's. If you are not afraid of death, come and snatch it. Dongfang Jun spoke in a gloomy voice. I, Bai Liyan, want the water sword. You are welcome to snatch it. Bai Liyan's mouth had a trace of a smile as he spoke indifferently. I, Zhuge Qingyun, want the wooden sword. Zhuge Qingyun said. Facing the terrifying pressure and arrogant words of the 4 great experts, the crazy crowd immediately calmed down. The huge difference in strength made them have no choice but to remain calm. Snatch from whom? 3 of them had valiant strength and were the genius disciples of the Zhenyuan kingdom's 3 major clans. Who would dare to offend them? Even if they could preserve their lives now, what would happen after they walked out of the Royal New Show Hall 6 years later? As for Zhuge Qingyun, who didn't have the backing of the 3 major clans, no one dared to take him, because Zhuge Qingyun's group was the strongest, with a total of 13 people. Who could snatch it? We won't snatch the item, but this light barrier definitely contains extremely dense 5-elemental energy. It shouldn't be a problem for us to go in and comprehend it, right? Right at this moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. It seemed to be drifting in from all directions, and no one was able to find out who was speaking. However, this wasn't important. The crucial point was that this person's words caused the quiet crowd to instantly become restless again. That's right. We are only here to comprehend and not to snatch the item. Even if the 5-elemental spiritual roots appear, we won't snatch it. We will comprehend as much as we can. Right. You guys can't be too tyrannical. In an instant, countless people responded in unison. All right. With Zhao Yunfei being the first to agree, Dongfang Jun and the others immediately agreed as well. They were clear that if everyone really went crazy, even if they could snatch the item, they would have to pay a huge price. Chun Hao, who was hiding at the back of the crowd, had a strange smile on his face. His lips didn't move, but right at this moment, that strange voice echoed again. Charge! Every moment counts. Boom, boom, boom. This bewitching voice instantly caused everyone to stop hesitating and quickly rush towards the 7-colored light shield. The 2 of you, don't go in. Chun Hao whispered to Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui. Immediately, he blended into the crowd and rushed towards the 7-colored light shield. The 5-elemental attribute in the middle is definitely the thickest. Everyone, go to the middle to comprehend. The strange voice sounded again. Those who originally wanted to sit down cross-legged and immediately start to comprehend immediately began to rush towards the core frantically. Chun Hao blended into the crowd and rushed to the core like lightning. He seized the most central position and directly sat down cross-legged. No one noticed that at the instant he sat down, a strand of blood essence shot out from the tip of his finger, and it was accompanied by a strange energy that silently fused into the ring beneath him. After a short moment, the ring that was embedded in the center of the profound runes actually transformed into a strand of light that disappeared under Chun Hao's, but at this moment, Zhao Yunfei, Dongfang Jun, and the other 3 experts had already leaped into the air and collected the spiritual treasures that they fancied. No one dared to compete with them. Other than being envious and jealous, there was nothing they could do. Good sword. Ha ha ha. When Zhao Yunfei, Dongfang Han, and the others were excitedly holding on to the various attribute treasures, they were instantly filled with excitement. The pure and boundless attribute energy contained within the sword had completely exceeded their imagination. It was definitely a rather valiant existence among the spiritual treasures. Ah, but right at this moment, no matter if it was Zhao Yunfei, Dongfang Jun, Bailey Yen, or Zhuge Qingyun, they all exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 90. Tomorrow's third watch, tonight's first watch. Brothers and sisters, please support Dark Mountain when the time comes. Thank you. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. The 5 swords flew out of the hands of the 4 experts and transformed into 5 incomparably resplendent rays of light. It almost blinded everyone's eyes, especially the 4 experts who were holding the swords. They felt as if they had been blinded by the dazzling light in front of their eyes. Their vision was temporarily blinded. The sword of metal, showing off its sharpness, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The sword of wood rustling in the wind, raging winds rising. The sword of water, bone-chilling cold, billowing smoke. The sword of fire, blazing flames, dazzling light. The sword of earth, pressing down like Mount Tai, descending darkness. Metal gave birth to lightning, wood gave birth to wind, water gave birth to ice and mist, fire gave birth to light, earth gave birth to darkness. The 5 treasured swords blossomed with extremely terrifying energy, causing chaos. In an instant, screams rang out from all directions. No one could see anything, but the terrifying and violent energy fluctuations and the hissing sound of the swords tearing through the air caused them to cry out one by one. A figure escaped from the crowd like a gust of wind amidst the chaos, and silently drifted to the edge of the chaos, screaming along with everyone else. Who is it? Who stole my treasured swords? The 4 experts roared angrily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the teleportation talismans that everyone received before the trial suddenly began to vibrate violently. The bright light disappeared, the smoke dispersed, and the terrifying energy disappeared in an instant. Waves of mysterious runes also enveloped everyone's body. The 4 experts who were unwilling to give up swept their gazes over the figures in the main hall, but they didn't discover anything. It was as if the 5 treasured swords had disappeared into thin air. This made them gnash their teeth in hatred. They were extremely unwilling to give up. How could the meat in their mouths fly away inexplicably? Who would be willing to give up? But at this moment, they knew that there was no hope of getting it back. The 5 elemental spiritual roots were nowhere to be seen, and the 5 treasured swords had disappeared into thin air. However, the trial in the Xianhuang ancient city had ended in advance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The teleportation talismans on everyone's bodies were activated one after another, and their figures suddenly twisted and disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already on the ancient teleportation array in the Royal New Show Hall. What's going on? Why did it end early? The several old men in charge of operating the teleportation array and sensing the spatial aura of Xianhuang Ancient City were extremely surprised when they sensed the sudden fluctuations coming from the teleportation array. Xianhuang Ancient City was open for 2 months every year. Only when the teleportation talismans on the trial disciples sensed the aura of the ancient city being about to close would they automatically activate and teleport everyone back. But at this moment, it had only been a month. How could the teleportation talisman have been activated? However, the elders seemed to have thought of something, and their faces were filled with excitement. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The figures of Chun Hao, Heli, and Wuzi, and Moue also appeared in the teleportation array. All of them looked confused. Of course, Chunhao's confusion was different from Helian Wuzi's and Mou's. This brother was completely pretending, who obtained the 5 elements' spiritual roots. The Vice Hall Master in charge of this trial asked in a pleasantly surprised voice when he saw the disciples being teleported out one after another. However, when he saw the depressed Zhao Yunfei, the Vice Hall Master slightly frowned and said, "Yunfei, what's going on?" "Vice Hall Master, the Xianhuang ancient city should have collapsed. What about the 5 elements' spiritual roots? Did someone obtain them?" "No." We opened the Xianhuang treasure vault and saw 5 elements spiritual swords, but we didn't see any 5 elements spiritual roots. What about the swords? Who obtained them?" Zhao Yunfei was even more depressed when he heard the Vice Hall Master's words. Motherf ***. He obtained 2 swords, but they suddenly disappeared for some reason. No one obtained them. Originally, Dongfang Jun, Bailey Yen, and Zhuge Qingyun obtained the 5 swords, but an accident happened the moment we obtained them. The 5 swords strangely left our hands and disappeared. We didn't even have time to figure out what happened before the teleportation talisman was activated. What? The Vice Hall Master and several old men felt incredulous when they heard Zhao Yunfei's words. They were clear that any ruins would only collapse after losing the array supporting the ruins. For the Xianhuang ancient city ruins, it was undoubtedly the 5 elements' spiritual roots and the Xianhuang treasure vault. Now that the trial had ended early, the only possibility was that the ruins had collapsed. In other words, the 5 elements' spiritual roots and the Xianhuang treasure vault had been obtained by someone. However, according to Zhao Yunfei, no one obtained them after Dongfang Jun, Bailey, Yen, Zhuge Qingyun, and the others came out. The Vice Hall Master asked them one by one and said the same thing as Zhao Yunfei. If the 4 great experts didn't obtain them, it was even more impossible for the others to obtain them. However, this matter was truly strange. Could it be that the demonic beasts in the Xianhuang ancient city obtained them? When everyone was teleported back, the Vice Hall Master counted the number of people. What made his heart ache even more was that there were actually 34 people who didn't return. It was obvious that these people had been buried in the Xianhuang ancient city. As for how they died, everyone was well aware of it. How could the fight for the Xianhuang treasure vault be simple? Among the 34 people, at least half of them had died in the fight. Even if the new show hall had rules and restrictions for this kind of matter, and it was the heaviest punishment of paying with one's life, unless someone witnessed it and had evidence, they couldn't do anything about it. Of course, they weren't willing to seriously investigate. These disciples were the rare geniuses of the Zhenyuan kingdom. With one less, the Zhenyuan kingdom would have one less strength in the future. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that from the expressions of the majority of the disciples, they should have obtained a huge harvest in the Xianhuang treasure vault. On the same day, explosive news spread out from the Royal New Show Hall. Not only did it cause a huge sensation among the intermediate and advanced disciples in the Royal New Show Hall, even the Hall Master, Vice Hall Master, elders, and countless expert instructors were filled with shock and joy. Harvest! That's right, the harvest of the new disciples in the Xianhuang treasure vault was beyond everyone's expectations. It made the intermediate and advanced disciples envious. 5 elements spiritual pills. It contained the purest and top-notch energy of the 5 elements spiritual roots. Based on the amount of energy it contained, it could only be regarded as a Tier 6 spiritual medicine at best. But its value was far beyond that of a Tier 6 spiritual medicine, because any kind of 5 elements spiritual pill had an extremely amazing effect on the comprehension of the 5 elements energy. It was far from comparable to the pills refined from ordinary spiritual medicine. What's more, In addition to the 5 elements spiritual pills, there were also spiritual crystals that could condense the power of the 5 elements. Therefore, the hall master of the Royal New Show Hall immediately issued an announcement. Anyone who offered a 5 elements spiritual pill could exchange it for 10 Tier 6 spiritual medicines or 1 Tier 7 spiritual medicine, no matter which attribute of the 5 elements it was. The value of the 5 elements spiritual crystals was estimated according to the size of the spiritual crystals, which could be exchanged for more abundant spiritual medicines. In addition, the ranking and welfare level of this trial test were also determined according to the number of exchanges and the level and quantity of demonic beast cores obtained. Many people didn't want to exchange. After all, the 5 elements spiritual pills were of great value to any cultivator, not to mention that most people only got 20 or so pills, and some even had 30 or 40 pills. If they didn't even have enough for themselves, who would exchange for them? But if it was linked to the welfare level, some disciples couldn't help but be tempted, because the welfare level not only determined the amount of spiritual pills they received every month, but also determined the level of the unique skills they could choose to practice in the unique art library. This was what really tempted all the disciples. That night, the door of Chun Hao's room was closed. In the cultivation room, Chun Hao's handsome face was full of smiles. He squinted his eyes and looked at the excited Mo Yui and Helian Wuzi. On the floor of the cultivation room, a huge carpet was spread out. The carpet was covered with 5 elemental spirit pills of different colors, but all of them were crystal clear. The entire cultivation room was filled with 7 colors, making it seem like a dream or a fantasy. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 attributes, were all derived from each other. There were also 5 elements spiritual crystals. How many were there? Helian Wuzi, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, was now full of excitement. She squatted on the floor and picked up the spiritual pills of different attributes one by one. She put the spiritual pills of different attributes together. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised, and her little dimples were small. Other than joy, where was the coldness? P.S. Recommending friend Wandering Magic's new work, Sword Star. Elegance, pride, sincerity as the sword. Using the rules of the sword to derive the natal star, the sword breaks all skills. Calmness, white as snow, holding the sword with a smile. Anger, the sword breaks the firmament, and blood stains the blue sky. The sword wielder, with a sword in hand, is the Sword Star. Book ID equals 240-0373. Book name equals Sword Star. Chapter 91. A new week. The first update is available. Please recommend it. Collect it. Thank you. Cough, cough. Chun Hao, the boss, coughed awkwardly and hurriedly averted his gaze. He, who was standing and not doing anything, looked down at Helian Wuzi, who was squatting on the ground and sorting out the elixirs. He accidentally saw 2 snow-white cleavage through the girl's slightly loose collar. This was really an accident, and also purely unintentional. What's wrong, boss? Mo Yui, who was also squatting on the ground, hurriedly asked. Nothing. Chun Hao shook his head and said, but secretly scolded in his heart. This guy usually doesn't even fart for 3 to 5 days, but when he shouldn't speak, he interrupted. Oh, Mo Yui replied, and his broken arm that had not recovered yet hugged the big sword that looked even more tattered. His other hand, like Helian Wuzi, continued to pick and sort out the elixirs excitedly. If they knew that the 5 treasured swords and the 5 elements spirit roots were all obtained by me, what kind of expression would they have? Looking at the excited looks of the two, Chun Hao couldn't help but smirk in his heart. 5 elements spirit roots. The 2 of them should have guessed that I have already obtained 5 treasured swords. Ha! Even I didn't expect that the truth was indeed so at that time. Chun Hao only knew that the most inconspicuous ring at the core of the rune was worth more than the 5 treasured swords according to the hint of the treasure hunting sword spirit. Moreover, he directly followed the words of the treasure hunting sword spirit and poured his own essence blood and the aura of the 5 elements spirit roots into it. It was equivalent to the spirit treasure recognizing its master. But after doing all this, he and the treasure hunting sword spirit did not expect that the 5 treasured swords would actually recognize the ring as its master, creating a subtle connection between Chun Hao and it, as if the 5 treasured swords had also recognized him as their master. What was there for Chun Hao to hesitate about? His head wasn't kicked by a donkey, and his head wasn't clamped by a door. Moreover, in order to obtain the ring, Chun Hao had already created a chaotic effect and completely met the conditions to silently make a fortune. Of course, he didn't hesitate to take the 5 treasured swords into the ring during the chaos. Boss, a total of 432 pieces of metal attribute derived from the thunder attribute, a total of 324 pieces of wood attribute derived from the wind attribute. The earth element was derived from the darkness element, and there were also 432 of them. 8 gold spiritual crystals, 6 wood spiritual crystals, 8 earth spiritual crystals. Mo Yui said excitedly. Immediately after, Helian Wuzi, who was completely unaware that she was exposed, also reported the fire and water attributes. The fire attribute was the most derivative, and the light attribute was the least in number. There were only 216 fire crystals and 4 fire crystals. The water element was the most astonishing. There were a total of 1,088 spiritual crystals of water, including 20 relatively large ones, and 1 small one that looked like a jade pendant. In total, there were 2,492 5-element spiritual pills, 46 large 5-element spiritual crystals, and 1 small spiritual crystal. This harvest was too heaven-defying and shocking. It absolutely accounted for 1/3 of the total income of all the disciples. Boss, why do I feel like half of it is missing? 1 spirit crystal is equivalent to 108 5-elements spirit pills. Yeah, why is there so little? Ha! Chun Hao didn't answer their questions directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "You should have already guessed that I've obtained the 5-elements spiritual roots. In addition to the 5-elements spiritual roots, the core treasure of the black-yellow treasury is also in my hands." Ah, Chun Hao's words made Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui widen their eyes at the same time. As Chun Hao said, he had obtained the 5-elements spiritual roots. Although Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui were not sure, they vaguely guessed it. After all, when the palaces in the black-yellow treasury were opened, Chun Hao's original energy contained a strange energy every time, which could easily open the palaces. But how could the core treasure of the black-yellow treasury also be in the hands of Chun Hao at that time? The two felt that Chun Hao's actions were strange, but they never thought that how could Chun Hao get the things that had been obtained by the 4 great masters. At that time, I deliberately caused chaos to deceive others. However, I just wanted to get the inconspicuous black-yellow ring, but I didn't expect that the 5 swords were closely related to the black-yellow ring. So, naturally, I took them together. But the price was that I spent half of our 5-elements spiritual pills. Chun Hao said with pain, "It can't be? This can't be helped. My current strength is too low, so I can't activate the black-yellow ring. I can only activate it by swallowing the 5-elements spiritual pills. Otherwise, I can't hide it from Zhao Yunfei and the rest." Chun Hao said, "But although it's painful, it's still worth it. The value of the 5 swords far exceeds the value of half of our 5 elements spiritual pills. Moreover, the black-yellow ring has a storage space. You saw Uncle Huang's storage ring last time, and it's similar to that thing. These spiritual pills and crystals are absolutely safe in there. Unless I die, this matter cannot be known by anyone. Otherwise, we will offend the 3 great clans and Zhuge Qingyun. Our current strength is still too weak, so we must keep a low profile. What's with your eyes? No, nothing, Mo Yui said. All right, each of us take 20 spiritual pills and exchange them for level 6 or level 7 elixirs. The level of benefits should be good, and the elixirs exchanged will be enough for us to use for a long time. Each of you take 1 spiritual crystal of each attribute for cultivation. The rest will be temporarily kept by me. When there's an opportunity to get a storage ring, I will distribute it to you. I believe it won't take long. If you don't have enough, just look for me. As Chun Hao spoke, he emitted a stream of mental energy from between his eyebrows. In an instant, the spiritual pills and crystals on the carpet disappeared with whooshing sounds. This caused Helian Woozy and Mo Yui to be dumbfounded. There was nothing they could do. The storage space was simply too mystical for the 2 of them. They had only seen the storage ring when they followed Huang Qi previously. That was something that only martial god realm experts could refine. It was incomparably precious. In a small place like the Cloud region, it was basically impossible to have it. However, according to what Huang Qi said, it wasn't difficult for the disciples of the Royal New Show Hall to obtain a low-grade storage ring. Fortunately, Chun Hao was still able to activate the storage function and didn't need to consume any spiritual pills. Otherwise, it would be a huge tragedy. When our strength is sufficient, I will let the 2 of you use the water sword and golden sword. We can't expose it now, so I will keep it for the time being. Chun Hao continued. I don't need it. Helian Woozy didn't say anything, but Mo Yui only hesitated for a moment, then hugged the broken sword tightly in his arms and said, Boss, it's enough for me, although the golden sword is very good. But what I like more is this sword that has accompanied me since I was a child. What's so good about this broken sword of yours? Do you really treat it as your wife? Chun Hao said speechlessly. No, boss, although this sword isn't a good sword, it is my only proof of identity. And I can feel that it has feelings for me. Mo Yui's expression was strange, as he said with a red face. Cough, cough. Helian Woozy suppressed her laughter and coughed lightly to cover it up. No way. Chun Hao stared at Mo Yui with wide eyes. Actually, I'm not a direct descendant of the Mo family. My father is actually my adoptive father. According to my adoptive father, when he picked me up, I was with this sword. At that time, I was just born. Mo Yui's gaze became a little complicated, and his voice was low. Helian Woozy, who originally wanted to laugh, also didn't have the slightest trace of a smile at this moment. As for Chun Hao, he finally understood why Mo Yui was a sword maniac who was silent and reclusive. His sword is not simple. At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword's spirit rang in Chun Hao's mind. Oh, how is it not simple? Chun Hao asked with slight surprise. I don't know the details. The material is very ordinary, but it seems to contain an aura similar to mine. It's very, very weak, but I can confirm that as this kid's strength increases, this sword will also gradually evolve and upgrade. Are you saying that his lousy sword has a sword spirit? Kid, let's discuss something. The treasure-hunting sword's spirit suddenly changed the topic. There's no discussion. I haven't said anything yet. Are you really not going to discuss it? Don't you just want to swallow the 5 elements spiritual pills? Yes. Are you really not going to give it to me? Don't regret it. What I hate the most is people who burn bridges after crossing the river. Could you have gotten so much without me? Don't expect me to help you sense treasures in the future. Cough, cough. 10. Chun Hao hurriedly replied when he heard the treasure hunting sword spirit. 500. 20. 600. F asterisk CK. 500. If you don't want to do it, forget it. Including the two of them, I contributed the most, but I didn't even get a quarter of it. I even helped you get the 5 elements spiritual root, the dark yellow ring, and the 5 elements sword. Don't be too stingy. P.S. Thanks to Passionate Love Carrot 1176 Chijian coins. Happy Drunk in the Wind 200 Chijian coins. Maple Apart from the Night 100 Chijian coins. Dream is already carrot 100 Chijian coins for their support. Thank you very much. Begging for collection recommendation tickets. The second update is at noon, and the third update is at around 7 p.m. Chapter 92. Second update. Please recommend me. Thank you. Third update. Before 7 p.m. All right. I'll let you devour them after they leave. Chun Hao had no choice but to compromise. He had already thought of this. He had refused to discuss it earlier because he was afraid that this fellow would ask for too much. 500 was still within his acceptable range. After all, without Treasure Hunter's sword spirit, Chun Hao's gains would not be much higher than the other disciples, let alone the 5 elements spirit root. After sending Treasure Hunter's sword spirit away, Chun Hao looked at Mo Yui and said, "Then use your sword. I also feel that your sword is not that simple. I'm afraid it has something to do with your sword intent. Yes, boss. It's just that its material is a little lacking. If it had the sharp aura of a golden sword, it would be perfect. That's simple. When you become stronger, just use your energy to refine it. As long as you find enough precious ores, you can gradually become stronger. All right, you can all go back and cultivate. Tomorrow morning, we'll go and exchange for them. After we assess the benefits, we'll go to the secret library to take a look." What? How many did you say? The general manager of Cold Moon Hall looked at Chun Hao and the other two in shock, thinking that he had misheard. Yesterday, the hall master had already made an announcement and used the benefits to attract new disciples to exchange for some of their 5 elements spirit pills. However, most of the disciples who came this morning only had 2 or 3 pills. The most they had was 5 pills. Obviously, everyone knew how precious the 5 elements spirit pills were. It was already not easy to take out 5 pills. However, at this moment, Chun Hao actually said that each of them would exchange 20 pills for a total of 60 pills. The general manager thought that he had misheard and looked at Chun Hao and the other two in shock. "We're too weak. Instead of keeping the 5 elements spirit pills for future use, it's better to exchange them for level 6 and level 7 spirit pills. We think it's worth it. So, we'll exchange all of them for a total of 60 pills." Chun Hao said straightforwardly, "General Manager, please exchange 20 level 7 spirit pills for us, and the rest for level 6 spirit pills. This, good. What a good child. If we all have this kind of dedication, our royal new show hall won't be strong. But aren't you going to keep a few for yourself? This is a spirit pill with the aura of the 5 elements spiritual roots. Although it is not very precious, it can only be found by chance. It will be very useful to you in the future. Although Old Man really wants all of you to exchange for it, it's better for you to keep a few for yourself. No need. Thank you, Chief Steward. We believe that we will be able to comprehend it with our own strength in the future." "Let's exchange them all," Chun Hao said while shaking his head. All right then, level 3 benefits. This time, the three of you will receive a very high level of benefits. You might be tied for first place among the new disciples of Cold Moon Hall. These were 20 level 7 spiritual herbs and 400 level 6 spiritual herbs, which were exchanged. These 16 level 6 spiritual herbs and 60 level 5 spiritual herbs are your level 3 benefits for the three of you this month. Take these 3 tokens and go to the Secret Art Library to choose a cultivation method. Work hard and cultivate. I believe you will be able to improve your ranking in the year-end test. Yes, thank you, Chief. Chun Hao and the other two bowed and left the hall. How could there be such stupid people? Not really. Their realms are too low. It is said that they came from a small county. They are obviously lacking in spiritual herbs and don't have any high-level cultivation methods. How can they rely on such little benefits? If I were them, I would do the same. After all, it's not only shameful to have a poor result in the end-of-year test, but they're also at the bottom. However, their luck is really good. They actually obtained 60 spirit pills, which is better than many people. That's true, but it is still not worth it. Hellion Woozy's conditions are so good. There are quite a few awesome people in New Excellence Hall who want to get close to her. Just casually deal with them. And I reckon they'll be able to obtain endless benefits. If I were her, I'd definitely be able to mix in with the wind and the water and get benefits from both sides. Bah, if you were a woman, you would definitely be a broken shoe. Save it. I like girls with integrity like Hellion Woozy. Liking her is my personal matter. I didn't ask Hellion Woozy to like me. Chun Hao and the other two ignored the discussion and walked quickly to the Secret Art Library. The Secret Art Library was a giant palace with 7 floors. When Chun Hao approached it, his sharp senses sensed that the Secret Art Library was surrounded by layers of powerful restrictions. Chun Hao knew that if there were any abnormalities here, they would be surrounded by the experts of the new show hall immediately. From the 1st floor to the 7th floor, the higher the level of the secret arts, the stronger and higher the level of the secret arts. New disciples could enter the 1st floor when they received the 1st level benefits. The 1st floor was basically filled with 6th level and 7th level secret arts. This was the top cultivation method in Yunzhou County. However, in the Royal New Show Hall, it was only the lowest level of secret arts. The difference was too big. Of course, Chun Hao also knew that the real secret arts of the Royal New Show Hall would not be in the Secret Art Library. Chun Hao and the other two received the 3rd level benefits and were qualified to enter the 3rd floor. Ah. Uncle Huang? When Chun Hao and the other two arrived at the entrance of the Secret Art Library, they were surprised to find that the old man guarding the door was Huang Qi. Didn't the old man tell you? The old man is the uncle guarding the Royal New Show Hall. However, he's only the uncle guarding the Secret Art Library. Ha ha! Huang Qi, who was squinting his eyes as if he was lazily sleeping, immediately opened his eyes when he heard Chun Hao's voice. His sleepiness was completely gone. After carefully sensing the 3 of them, his gaze fell on Chun Hao's face, and he said, "Not bad. You've improved a lot. What level are you at now?" A martial artist's true level was very difficult to sense just by relying on one's perception, unless it was during a battle or when the martial artist fully released his aura. It was even harder to sense the level of an intent. When an intent expert restrained their mental strength, even an intent expert would not be able to sense their level of cultivation. 4th level Martial King. Chun Hao said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. If you work a little harder, there might be hope." Huang Qi smiled and said, "What about intent? What level are you at now?" "Intent? I haven't cultivated much yet. I've put most of my energy into martial arts. Uncle Huang, What do you mean by hope? Chun Hao concealed his intent cultivation. It wasn't that he didn't trust Huang Qi, but he had his own plans. A dual cultivator of intent and martial arts had never appeared in the Jinyuan kingdom, but now he had mastered the ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, pretend to be a tiger to scare people, and pretend to be a tiger to disguise his realm at will. Naturally, he didn't want to reveal his cultivation base. Otherwise, once word got out, his awesome ability would lose its effect. Not cultivating is also right. After all, even though you have the talent of intent, this talent isn't considered strong compared to a true intent expert. Everyone has their own specialization, and a person's energy is limited. You only need to focus on martial arts. With the talent of intent, your mental strength will naturally surpass ordinary martial artists. When you step into a higher realm in the future, you will have an advantage that others don't have. As for the hope I mentioned, when you really have hope, you'll naturally know, give me the token. Uncle will do things according to the rules. Even though we have a close relationship, we still have to do things according to the rules. Huang Qi said as he stretched out his hand. When Chun Hao and the other two took out their tokens, Huang Qi suddenly exclaimed, Level 3 benefits. So powerful? It's SOSO. We've exchanged all 5 elements spirit pills. Chun Hao said, Exchanged all? Hearing Chun Hao's words, Huang Qi's eyes narrowed into slits. Who would believe you? With your IQ? Cough, cough. Chun Hao scratched his head, awkwardly. He didn't expect Huang Qi, this old man, to be so shrewd. Little girl, and you, why are you still like a block of wood? You have to learn to be smarter, understand? Yes, Uncle Huang. Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui hurriedly said, Each person can only choose one martial skill and one martial art. You must pick them out within an hour and return them within 3 months. Also, even if it's the 3 of you, you can't lend them to each other or teach them to anyone else. Otherwise, the punishment will be very severe. Go, go. Uncle Huang, is there any other problem? Can I choose the intent absolute art, even though I haven't cultivated it? I want to familiarize myself with it. If it's not so difficult and doesn't consume too much energy, I can give it a try, Chun Hao said. And that's true. If you cultivate it casually, your mental strength will be stronger. It's also very beneficial to martial artists. All right, your situation is special. Uncle Huang, I'll make the decision and allow you to choose 2 more intent absolute art. Go. Thank you, Uncle Huang. The 3 of them responded and directly walked into the entrance to the 3rd floor of the Absolute Art Library. After reading it, please help to recommend it. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 93. 3rd update. Please recommend bookmark. Thank you. The 3rd floor of the unique study library was 100 feet long and wide. It was surrounded by bookshelves made of white jade crystals. Secret manuals were placed in individual bookshelves. Beside each bookshelf, there was a name and introduction of the secret manual. There were hundreds of books on these 3 levels alone. A faint sandalwood fragrance filled the air. Smelling it made one feel relaxed and happy. Their mind seemed to clear up in an instant, and their mind was peaceful. It was as if all the worries that filled the heart like smoke had been quietly dispelled. The entire 3rd floor was divided into 4 major areas: martial skills, martial arts, mental skills, and mental skills. Among them, the martial skills area was the largest, followed by martial arts. The mental skills and mental skills areas added together were not even 1/10 of the martial skills area. Obviously, the cultivation secret manuals related to mental skills were as rare as mental skills to martial artists in the entire Jinyuan kingdom. More than 10 young men and women were standing in front of the bookshelves, choosing secret manuals. Looking at their age, they were about the same as Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui. From their clothes, Chen Hao and the other two understood that they were disciples who had entered the Royal New Show Hall a year earlier than them. "There's only an hour. Hurry up and choose," Chen Hao said in a low voice, and walked towards the martial skills area. Martial skills were the way to use origin energy. The more powerful the martial skill, the more it increased the power of origin energy. As for martial arts, it was the inner strength mental cultivation method. It was the most fundamental thing for cultivators, and also the key to breaking through realms. Chen Hao had no interest in martial arts. Longevity's secrets was definitely more powerful than the cultivation methods here. What's more, the taboo of inner strength mental cultivation methods was to be greedy. With longevity secrets, it was meaningless to cultivate other cultivation methods. As for martial skills, Chen Hao was quite interested. Because martial skills and ancient Chinese martial arts were combined, there would definitely be unexpected results. Although ancient Chinese martial arts were valiant, it was strong in the moves. If it could be combined with powerful martial skills and increase the strength by several times, the power would naturally be stronger. An hour is enough for me to memorize dozens of secret manuals. Chen Hao looked at the dazzling array of secret manuals and thought to himself excitedly. Now, he already knew how abnormal his memory was. However, when Chen Hao casually flipped open a secret manual, he frowned. Mo Yui and Helian Wuzi, who were also following him to choose secret books, were also at a loss and puzzled. Other than the name on the cover of the secret manual, there was not a single word after opening it. What was going on? Is this your first time in the secret library? Just as the three of them were in a daze, a young girl with an elegant and refined temperament slowly walked to their side and said with a faint smile. This young girl's eyes seemed to be shrouded in a faint mist, hazy and unfathomable. She had jade-like bones and icy skin, and her figure was graceful. Although it wasn't as beautiful as Helian Wuzi's little face, it had a unique charm. Chen Hao frowned slightly, looked at the girl, and nodded. "Ha. It was the same when I came here for the first time. All the secret manuals in the secret art library were condensed by the experts of our Jinyuan kingdom. They are not ordinary secret manuals. The reason for this is to prevent us, the disciples, from being greedy. If you want to cultivate these secret manuals, you need to inject energy into them in order to open the first level. Once you have mastered the first level, you need to circulate the essence of the first level and inject it into them again to open the second level. In other words, you have to do it step by step. When you choose a secret manual, you only need to look at the introduction beside it. If you like it, you can borrow it." "I see. Thank you, senior sister." Chen Hao cupped his fists and said. He felt a little strange. This young girl's appearance and temperament were obviously not the kind of people who liked to take the initiative to interact with others, especially when he saw the gazes of the other disciples who were choosing secret manuals. Chen Hao was even more certain of this point. However, this young girl actually took the initiative to approach and explain to the three of them, which made Chen Hao a little surprised. "You're welcome. You're Chen Hao, right?" As expected, the girl smiled slightly and looked at Chen Hao with her hazy eyes. Without giving Chen Hao time to answer, the girl continued, "My name is Fong Qing. I entered the Royal New Show Hall a year earlier than you. We are all junior disciples. I heard from my grandfather that you have a physique that cultivates both martial arts and will. It's very rare. Senior sister, your grandfather is President Fong?" Hearing the girl's words, Chen Hao frowned slightly and asked, "Yes, my grandfather thinks very highly of you. Although he has many personal disciples, he is very concerned about your situation." Ha ha. I am also very curious as to what level you can reach in the future with this kind of physique. Now, it seems the young girl stared at Chun Hao and said with a smile. As she spoke, a ray of light flashed through her misty eyes. It was obvious that she was checking Chun Hao's cultivation. "Martial Emperor, your progress is really fast. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Sister Fangqing." Chun Hao said. "What level?" Fangqing asked. "Fourth level." Chun Hao did not hide it. What about intent? Chun Hao smiled slightly and repeated what he said to Huang Qi. Fangqing smiled and did not say much. She waved her hand and said, "Okay, hurry up and choose. Work hard on your cultivation. I hope you can get a good ranking in the year-end competition." Through Xiao Qing's introduction, the three of them understood what was going on and began to choose secret manuals. Of course, Chun Hao's dream of reading more secret manuals also became a bubble. He could only obediently start to read the introduction of various absolute arts. Mo Yui quickly chose a sword technique absolute art. Heartless sword. Heartless sword. Level 8 martial arts technique. Its characteristics were speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. It was merciless and heartless. The increase in attack power was average, but the speed was twice as fast as ordinary level 8 absolute arts. When the sword technique was mastered, one could stab out 18 sword lights in an instant. Each sword was fatal, as fast as lightning, fierce and ruthless. It was very suitable for Mo Yui. On the other hand, Hellion Wu Zi chose an 8th level palm technique, exquisite palm. Exquisite palm was known as the exquisite palm. At the highest level, there were layers of palm shadows, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It had amazing offensive and defensive power. When Mo Yui and Hellion Wuzi walked to the martial arts area and began to choose martial arts, Chun Hao was still looking at the introduction of each martial arts technique one by one. It seemed that there was nothing that satisfied him. Until the hundreds of secret manuals in the martial arts area were almost finished, Chun Hao's eyes locked on the introduction of a secret manual at the side. Star Shaking Fist. Remnant Volume. Level 8 Martial Arts Technique. A total of 7 moves. Cultivation requirement. Precise control of elemental energy, extremely strong physical resistance. Cultivators easily hurt themselves. Cultivate carefully. It's you. Just seeing the 2 words remnant volume, Chun Hao was excited. What else was there to think about when he saw the cultivation requirements? Remnant volumes were all level 8 martial arts techniques. The complete ones would definitely be stronger, and the cultivation requirements were tailor-made for Chun Hao. After that, Chun Hao casually took a martial arts technique and pretended. After all, with the complete version of Longevity's Secret, Chun Hao didn't need to cultivate any inner force mental cultivation techniques for the time being. After that, Chun Hao carefully chose a level 8 technique, Air Absorbing Palm, and a level 8 technique, Heart Shattering Secret. Star Shaking Fist, Heart Shattering Secret. When Chun Hao and the other 2 walked out of the secret library's 3rd floor and came to Huang Qi to register, Huang Qi looked at the 4 secret manuals that Chun Hao took out in surprise. The other 2 manuals were nothing, but the Star Shaking Fist and Heart Shattering Secret made Huang Qi stare at Chun Hao, seemingly a little surprised. "What's wrong?" Chun Hao asked. "What's wrong? You're really a ruthless kid." There were many people who chose the Star Shaking Fist, but only a few people actually succeeded in cultivating it. There were many who went berserk while cultivating it, and even more who were injured. There were even some who died. while cultivating it. Didn't you see the 2 words on the introduction? This is just a remnant. Now that's interesting. Chun-Hao smiled. Interesting? All right, let's not talk about the star-shaking fist old man. As for the heart-shattering secret, I suggest you change it. You can choose any level 8 technique. Anyway, you major in martial arts, so there's no need to choose this. Why? Is there a need to ask? The introduction is very clear. Heart-shattering, heart-shattering. Every time you cultivate it, it's as if your soul is torn apart and you're in so much pain that you wish you were dead. Without great perseverance and a rock-solid heart, you can't cultivate it. Although the progress is fast, the disciples who choose this technique basically return it early. No one can persevere. And the further you go, the more painful it will be. Old man also cultivated it in the past. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid. My energy is limited. Isn't it good to improve quickly? The rest doesn't matter. Hearing Huang Qi's words, Chun-Hao wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt that he had made a good choice. Pain, that you wish you were dead. How many times had Chun-Hao experienced pain that made him wish he was dead? As long as he could quickly increase his strength, he had the confidence to endure any pain. You brat, many people have the same idea as you. In the end, they all wasted a chance to choose a secret manual. You only have one chance to choose from the 3 levels of benefits. There are very few people who can persevere in cultivating it a few times. Don't ignore old man's advice. Uncle Huang, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I believe that I can persevere. I'll choose it. Chun-Hao said stubbornly. You brat, up to you. I want to see how many times you can persevere. Brothers and sisters who have finished reading it, please help me recommend it. Thank you. Chapter 94. Looking for recommendation votes. Thank you. Thank you for yesterday's Passionate Love 1176 Chijin coins. Young Promise 1176 Chijin coins. Harmless Donkey 100 Chijin coins. Dream is already 100 Chijin coins. Tears of the Devil King 100 Chijin coins. Drunk in the Wind 100 Chijin coins. And Book Friend 110908 232854237 Chijin coins. Thank you. In the Royal New Show Hall, every disciple had 2 chances to train. After the 2 trials, the next half a year's time would be at their disposal. They could train in seclusion or accept the missions issued by the New Show Hall to train. Once the missions were completed, they would be rewarded with the corresponding level of mission. Such missions were good training for the New Show Hall's disciples. At the same time, it was also a way to obtain additional elixirs. If they encountered any problems during training, they could also seek guidance from the instructor on duty at the martial arts hall. There was no collective teaching, like a class restriction. Needless to say, the New Show Hall's model was Chun-Hao's favorite. After Chun-Hao and the other 2 chose their secret manuals in the unique art library, they didn't accept any missions. Instead, they immersed themselves in training in seclusion. They could only borrow the secret manuals for 3 months. Such special secret manuals could only be learned through cultivation. 3 months was simply too short. Furthermore, there was no possibility of renewing the loan, unless they received the 3rd level of benefits again. Therefore, the 3 of them had to try their best to learn as much as possible. In the Royal New Show Hall's benefits, only the basic benefits would never change. However, the benefits for the higher levels were calculated on a monthly basis. If they received the benefits in the current month and didn't receive any assessment for the next month, they would only receive the basic benefits. They could only enter the 1st level of the unique art library. They couldn't enter the 3rd level. Therefore, The three of them could only try their best to learn as much as possible from the secret manuals. In the training room, Chun Hao's body was radiating with a resplendent brown glow of elemental energy. His body was as fast as lightning as he blasted out a punch. At this moment, the glow of elemental energy around his body suddenly converged. His fist was shining with an incomparably resplendent brown glow, like a star. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out, causing the entire training room to tremble violently. On the incomparably hard wall made of special metal, a fist imprint about 5 centimeters deep appeared. Almost the entire fist had sunk into the wall. Pung, pung, pung. Chun Hao threw out dozens of punches as fast as lightning. Suddenly, he retreated to the core of the training room and shouted, "Absorb!" Following Chun Hao's shout, he opened his hand and grabbed the 1,000-pound boulder that he had specially brought back from 10 steps away. That 1,000-pound boulder actually flew into the air and directly flew towards Chun Hao. At the same time, Chun Hao punched out. Boom! Stone chips flew everywhere, turning into fine powder. Phew! When the dust settled, Chun Hao stared at the dense fist marks on the wall. He let out a long sigh and revealed a gratified expression. 2 whole months, star-shaking fist, absorbing palm, heartbreaking art, all comprehended. This speed is not bad, right? My battle strength should have increased by at least 30%. I wonder how Xiaowu and Xiaoma are doing, Chun Hao thought to himself as he pushed open the door to the training room. In these 2 months, the three of them only met once when they received their benefits last month. The rest of the time, they did not leave the room and relied on the fasting pills to support themselves. They wholeheartedly immersed themselves in closed-door training and comprehending. During this time, Chun Hao's level increased too quickly. What he lacked the most was battle experience. Chun Hao was very clear about the importance of a foundation. Therefore, in this month, besides cultivating longevity's secret, while recovering his elemental energy and experiencing death almost every day to cultivate heartbreaking art to refine his psychokinesis, he did not make any breakthroughs. Instead, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in martial arts and mental techniques. But even so, the barrier between Martial King and Mental Emperor 4th stage was already faintly loosening. Chun Hao believed that as long as he was willing, he could break through at any time. Not only that, Chun Hao discovered that with his unique physique that dual cultivated in both martial and will, in this sort of boundary, although the 2 barriers were completely independent of each other, there was also a subtle connection between them. Chun Hao couldn't explain it clearly, but he could feel that as long as he broke through one of the barriers, the other barrier would also break apart. This feeling was very clear. How is it? Not long after, when Helian Wuzi and Mo Yui arrived at Chun Hao's dormitory, Chun Hao asked. Helian Wuzi said, "I've already cultivated to the 7th stage. I've advanced to 3rd stage, Martial King. I should be able to cultivate to the last stage next month." Not bad. On the contrary, Helian Wuzi made Chun Hao quite satisfied. He had to admit that this little girl's talent was indeed astonishing. She wasn't as special as he was. To be able to reach such a stage, it was obviously impossible without extremely strong talent. In a small place like the Helian family, she was indeed buried. With the environment and conditions of the Royal New Show Hall, which was 100 times better, Chun Hao believed that this little girl would display more and more astonishing talent. I've also advanced to 3rd stage, Martial King. I've comprehended Heartless Sword to the 8th stage. But for the 8th stage, Pure Yang art, I've only comprehended to the 6th stage. Mo Yui said with slight regret. Not bad, Chun Hao said. What about you? Helian Woozy asked. I've cultivated all of them. After 3 months, I'll return the secret manuals with you. I want to take some missions to gain experience first. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Helian Woozy and Mo Yui were not surprised. The two of them were already used to Chun Hao's abnormal talent. Although they had followed Chun Hao's instructions for the past 2 months, desperately torturing themselves and madly cultivating. In the end, they still could not catch up to his pace. After Chun Hao received his benefits, he directly said a few words to Helian Woozy and Mo Yui, then went to the Cold Moon Hall's primary disciple mission distribution area. The huge hall of the palace was currently filled with Cold Moon Hall's disciples. There were primary disciples, intermediate disciples, and advanced disciples with stronger auras. The first day of every month was the day when the Royal New Show Hall's missions were distributed. Therefore, without a doubt, today was the busiest day in the mission distribution area. Chun Hao. What surprised Chun Hao was that when he walked to the door of the mission distribution area, he met the elegant and refined young girl Fong Qing again. There were several young men and women with Fong Qing. Fong Qing took the lead and was clearly the core of the group. She was walking out of the main hall. Senior Sister Fong Qing, what a coincidence. Chun Hao said with a smile. Didn't you borrow the secret manual? Why, did you hit a bottleneck? Fong Qing smiled. Under normal circumstances, the disciples who borrowed the secret manual would go into seclusion to comprehend it. Only when they hit a bottleneck and were stuck would they be inspired through experience and battle. Yes. Chun Hao was slightly taken aback, but he immediately responded. You haven't taken any missions, right? Yes. It's my first time here. Chun Hao said. Then I'll have to help you explain. Wait for me, Fong Qing said to Chun Hao, and then turned to speak to the disciples behind her. Hearing Fong Qing's words, the disciples looked at Fong Qing in surprise. They clearly did not understand when their big sister had become so kind. Those who were not familiar with her might be confused by Fong Qing's tranquil and refined temperament. However, if they truly thought Fong Qing was a gentle and soft kitten, the consequences would be too miserable. Thank you, senior sister. I'll have to trouble you again. It's no problem, Fong Qing said, and then brought Chun Hao into the mission hall. Do you see those 19 mission boards? Our new show hall's missions are divided into 19 levels according to the difficulty of the missions. They are also divided according to the cultivator's level. For example, the lowest level mission is a rank 1 monarch level mission. If you want to complete a mission like that, you need to be at least a rank 1 monarch. So on and so forth. Level 9 missions correspond to rank 9 monarchs. Level 9 missions correspond to rank 9 monarchs. Level 10 missions correspond to rank 1 monarchs. Level 18 missions correspond to rank 9 monarchs. Level 19 missions correspond to rank 1 monarchs. Level 19 missions correspond to rank 1 monarchs. Level 19 missions are usually special missions. Very few disciples will be able to satisfy the mission requirements, Fong Qing said. So you're saying that a rank 4 martial monarch, can only take on level 4 missions? Chun Hao said with a slight frown. That's not necessarily true. You can take on level 1 to level 3 missions. It's just that the rewards are small and not challenging. You can also take on missions above level 5, as long as you're not afraid of death. I heard from Grandpa that your combat strength is very strong, but don't even think about taking level 5 missions. What rank are you now? I'm still rank 4. Oh. Fong Qing was slightly surprised. However, when she saw Chun Hao's confident eyes, she understood what was going on. She smiled slightly and said, It's not bad to stabilize your realm. There are no disadvantages. You're rank 4 martial monarch. At best, you can take on level 4 missions of medium difficulty. These mission levels are evaluated according to the average combat strength of the Eastern Continent's genius disciples in their respective realms. Your talent is one of the geniuses in our country. However, our Jinyuan kingdom is only a small country. Compared to the geniuses of other kingdoms and empires, we're far inferior. So, at best, you can take on level 4 missions that are relatively simple. It's already very dangerous for you. It's better to take level 3 missions to be safe. Under normal circumstances, most disciples will do missions with a lower rank. If it's a team, it's slightly higher. Fang Qing explained. Chun Hao was slightly dazed. Even he didn't expect the Royal New Show Hall's missions to contain so much information. Fang Qing's words made Chun Hao even more certain of his original conjecture. Jinyuan Kingdom was ultimately a small and weak country, and his amazing talent could only be considered a genius in Jinyuan Kingdom. The Eastern Continent that Fang Qing mentioned was an area divided by the Boundless Continent. Jinyuan Kingdom belonged to the Eastern Continent. The Boundless Continent was divided into 5 continents: East, West, South, North, and Central, as well as overseas islands. After Fang Qing explained to Chun Hao, she told Chun Hao to be careful and left by herself. The mission levels are evaluated according to the average combat strength of the Eastern Continent's genius disciples. Very good. Chun Hao took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly as he walked toward the level 4 mission announcement board. Once he understood this, Chun Hao had a reference and a goal to work towards. Yo, isn't this a coward? When Chun Hao came to the level 4 mission announcement board and browsed through the missions with bright eyes, a sarcastic, contemptuous, and arrogant voice suddenly came from beside him. P.S. Please add it to your collection. Thank you. Recommending a very popular book, Shaolin Abbot of the 80s, Heaven Doesn't Open Its Eyes. It actually transmigrated a young man in his prime from the 80s to ancient times. It's fine if he transmigrated, but he transmigrated as a monk. It's fine if he transmigrated as a monk, but he had to be an abbot. It's fine if he's an abbot, but he even set up an abbot system to restrict me. Practice the Virgin technique to great success. Make Shaolin the #1 sect in the world. Become the leader of the martial arts world. The system's requirements are too outrageous. I'm just an ordinary man from the 80s. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for such a great undertaking. But with this damn system's restrictions, I have to be qualified even if I'm not. The young man from the 80s cried and struggled. No one knew that the ultimate wish of this young abbot, who was the leader of the martial arts world, was to return to the secular world. Link Frowny Facebook ID equals 233-5457. Book name equals Shaolin Abbot of the 80s. Chapter 95. Chun Hao frowned slightly. Although the person did not name him, the voice was not unfamiliar. Who else could it be but the dog of the Dongfang family? Coward, I'm talking to you. In Xianhuang Ancient City, your asterisk had shrunk into your skull. When you returned to the new show hall, you shrunk into your dormitory. I thought you would always be a coward. Do you think I won't settle the score with you just because of this? I couldn't do anything to you back in your dorm, but don't think that, fourth brother, and I will forget the humiliation of that sword strike. Dongfang Ying stared at Chun Hao and said in a sinister voice, "Scram!" Chun Hao turned around and stared coldly at the person who had just arrived. "Brat, be careful." 2 peak 5th grade martial monarchs and 1 peak 6th grade martial monarch. At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword's spirit resounded in Chun Hao's mind. The treasure-hunting sword spirit's powerful perception wasn't just great at sensing spirit herbs and treasures, it also had an incomparable accuracy towards cultivators' realms. It's good to be strong. Chun Hao said in his mind. There were 3 people in total. 2 of them were Dongfang Ying and Dongfang Jia. After the 2 of them returned from the Xianhuang ancient city, they had broken through to peak rank 5 martial monarchs. The other person standing in the middle was Dongfang Zhan, whose cultivation was higher than the 2 of them. He was a peak rank 6 martial monarch. When Dongfang Jun and the others saw Chun Hao's group of 3 in Xianhuang ancient city, it was already the end of their training. They wanted to play the hero saving the damsel in distress and trample on Chun Hao, but they didn't even have the chance. However, when they returned, they found out that Chun Hao and the other 2 had foolishly used the 5 elements spirit pills in exchange for level 3 benefits. They then entered the unique art library to choose secret manuals and began to cultivate in seclusion. They had no chance at all, Dongfang Jun, and the others estimated that it would take at least 3 months for the 3 of them to come out of seclusion. However, he did not expect to meet Chun Hao here at this time. At this moment, Dongfang Jun was in closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough to Martial Emperor. However, the 3 of them were not afraid of Chun Hao at all. 2 peak rank, 5 and 1 peak rank, 6. What was there to be afraid of? Yo, you want us to scram? What a big tone. Do you think you're still in your dorm? Huh. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, I will let you know that the disciples of the Dongfang family are not people that a little trash like you can provoke. Come out with me if you have the guts. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're a coward. I have plenty of chances to break your shell, Dongfang Ying said provocatively. A challenge? Very well, I accept. Chun Hao's handsome face flashed with a touch of coldness when he saw countless people surrounding him in an instant. His voice became even calmer as he spoke. At the same time, he turned around and walked out of the hall. Everyone could clearly sense the powerful battle intent emanating from Chun Hao's body. So what if they were rank 5 or 6 martial emperors? Chun Hao hadn't fought a real battle since he had reached the 4th grade emperor level. Since he had come knocking on his door, he might as well use this battle to test his combat strength. You have guts. I love beating gutsy bastards like you until you're weak and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Ha! 3rd brother, why don't you let me do it? I'm already excited. Dongfang Jia was overjoyed when he saw that Chun Hao had agreed to Dongfang Ying's request. If Chun Hao hadn't accepted, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to Chun Hao so brazenly. Now, it was obvious that Dongfang Ying's provocation had succeeded. Of course, he was secretly pleased with himself and added fuel to the fire. Chun Hao, who was walking out, paused slightly. Without turning his head, he said, I don't mind if the 3 of you come at me together. It'll save me the trouble. Shu, the crowd, which had already begun to discuss spiritedly, suddenly burst into a wave of boos. It was already surprising that Chun Hao dared to accept the challenge. Now, he actually said such arrogant words. Some of the intermediate and advanced disciples who had come to watch the show shook their heads slightly. They looked at Chun Hao with a trace of pity in their eyes, as people who had experienced it, who hadn't seen the strength of the Dongfang family's disciples. Many of them had even been bullied by the Dongfang family's disciples. Those who could endure it were still all right. Those who pretended to be stubborn were basically nowhere to be found. They didn't even know how they died. Endure it for a while, and the wind will be calm. Take a step back, and the sky will be clear. Sigh, why are the disciples nowadays becoming more and more arrogant? The Dongfang family's disciples are the ones who should not be provoked. They are much more ruthless than the Zhao family and the Bailey family. What a pity. Yeah, who dares to offend the Dongfang family? Each and every one of them cough, cough. One of them wanted to say something, but shut his mouth halfway. The Dongfang family was one of the three major families in the Jinyuan kingdom. Before their disciples entered the royal news show hall, the ultimate techniques that they cultivated were incomparable to ordinary people. Basically, any disciple of the Dongfang family had the ability to challenge those of a higher rank with their powerful ultimate techniques. They indeed had the right to be arrogant and overbearing. However, this wasn't the strongest thing about the Dongfang family. The strongest thing was that the Dongfang family's disciples never cared about face or principles. They were domineering, arrogant, shameless, and unscrupulous. It was also because of this reason that these disciples didn't dare to speak ill of the Dongfang family. They were afraid that if the rumors were to spread to the ears of the Dongfang family's disciples, it would be disastrous. This Chun Hao, let's not associate with him anymore in the future. Among the crowd, Zhuge Qingyun and a few other disciples from the Lancang province were among them. At this moment, Zhuge Qingyun gazed at Chun Hao's back view and spoke indifferently but without any doubt. "Boss, this is needless to say. We are clear. We don't think highly of this brat. He doesn't even know the ways of the world and might die at any moment. Associating with him is unlucky." Yeah, it was the same during the hall selection. Junior sister Xiaowu clearly agreed to go with boss, but it was because of him, hearing this disciple's words, Zhuge Qingyun helplessly shook his head and thought in his heart, there will be a day when junior sister Xiaowu knows how good I am. Before Zhuge Qingyun met Helian Wuzi, he had never fallen in love. Perhaps it was because he had never fallen in love that he firmly believed that Helian Wuzi was his destined woman. He would never forget how excited he was when he saw Helian Wuzi's ice-cold and beautiful face for the first time. Although he restrained himself very well, and others couldn't tell, he deeply understood that it was love at first sight. Love at first sight. "Let's go, we'll go out and take a look." Zhuge Qingyun muttered to himself for a while and said softly, "Third brother, fourth brother, don't lower your guard. I've heard that this brat had already advanced to rank 4 martial monarch when he was in Xianhuang ancient city. Right now, I'm afraid that he has already advanced to rank 5. His aura isn't any weaker than yours." Dongfang Jun wasn't present. So Dongfang Zhan, who was temporarily acting as the leader, walked between the two of them and reminded them in a low voice, "Don't worry, second brother. How could this brat compare to our Dongfang family's secret techniques? Last time, we were simply unprepared and suffered a loss. Right now, the two of us have both advanced to peak rank 5. Why should we be afraid of him? Second brother, third brother, let me go first. Even if that brat's battle prowess is really strong, he still arrogantly said that he wanted us to go at him together. He's really looking for death. At worst, if I can't do it, third brother will do it. If third brother can't do it, second brother, you'll do it. I guarantee that you'll trample this brat until he's unrecognizable." He. Dongfang Jie said in a low voice with a sinister expression. "All right, I'll let you show off your might first. Damn, today's luck is really too good. This year, our Dongfang family's glory will start from today's battle." "Ha ha," Dongfang Ying said. The two of them didn't feel that their conversation was shameless at all. They even felt that it was natural for them to fight in turns. This was something that couldn't be helped. The reason why the Dongfang family's disciples were so shameless and rude was just as Chun Hao guessed. It was related to their upbringing. What was shamelessness? They didn't care about face at all. The only thing they cared about was the final victory. As long as they could win, it didn't matter what method they used. After arriving at a spacious plaza, the disciples of the mission hall basically all followed them to watch the show. Especially the junior disciples, not a single one was left out. There were many challenges in the Royal New Show Hall, and they happened basically every day. However, there weren't many challenges that were contradictory in nature. The main challenge was a ranking challenge. Every year, there would be a ranking for the junior disciples, intermediate disciples, and advanced disciples in the end of year competition. Anyone who was ranked in the bottom 50 for 2 consecutive years would lose the qualification to be a disciple of the Royal New Show Hall. The challenge was the only chance to salvage the situation. For example, if a disciple was ranked in the bottom 50 for this year's end-of-year competition, he would be able to replace the disciple who was ranked in the top 50 for next year's end-of-year competition. Even if he was still ranked in the bottom 50 for the next year's end-of-year competition, it would only be the first time. It was also because of this reason that there were many challenges in the Royal New Show Hall. This was also the most effective way to motivate the disciples. Faced with the countless onlookers, the 3 Dongfang family members were very excited. Dongfang Jie's expression was even more arrogant as he stood in front of the cold Chun Hao. Boom boom. 2 explosions sounded. Dongfang Jie and Chun Hao simultaneously surged the elemental energy around their bodies. A thick brown elemental energy protective aura instantly condensed around the 2 of them. Rank 4, Martial Monarch, or Rank 4, Martial Monarch. Ha ha ha. Sensing the fluctuation of elemental energy after Chun Hao released his protective energy barrier, and then looking at the color of Chun Hao's elemental energy, Dongfang Jie immediately laughed arrogantly. The onlookers were also very surprised. Since Chun Hao was so arrogant, most people thought that he should at least have some strength. However, he was actually only a rank 4 martial monarch. Dongfang Jie, who was obviously the weakest of the 3, was actually a rank 5 martial monarch. In addition, the Dongfang family's disciples were very strong. The result was very obvious. I thought you had advanced to rank 5 or rank 6. You're just a mere rank 4 martial monarch, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. Come eat my palm. Along with Dongfang Jie's loud shout, violent elemental energy surged out. Dongfang Jie's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The brown elemental energy wreaked havoc around his body, causing the air within a radius of several zhang to churn violently. He suddenly stomped his feet and sent out a palm strike, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The first attack was the Dongfang family's rank 9 secret art, mountain toppling palm. It was very powerful and imposing. Boom, boom, boom. A huge brown elemental energy palm instantly exploded the surrounding space and attacked Chun Hao with the force of toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Second update. The last chapter of the public chapter will be published in the early hours of the morning. I am very nervous. I will update the next chapter when the time comes. Tomorrow, there will be 4 chapters with over 12,000 words. Brothers and sisters who support Dark Mountain, please support the official subscription. At the same time, please give your guaranteed monthly votes to Dark Mountain to give Dark Mountain some enthusiasm and encouragement. Thank you very much. When the time comes, the related chapters will also be updated. Brothers and sisters, please take a look. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.